There we go. Okay, I think I think I'm unmuted now. Good morning, folks. Welcome, greetings. Happy Monday, and welcome to Beat 'em Up Research Science.
Champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Brunin G has the right idea, starting things off with a little bit of Dragon Mastery for your newfound power and glory. Don't don't abuse it. Don't do anything Billy Lee wouldn't do, and I think you'll be all right. Greetings, Killick, Iron Zoltan, Mighty Cat, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else. So, I'm a little discombobulated for a number of reasons, about half of which probably are about the same as always. But I I have felt a strong itch recently to get back into more beat 'em up playing, beat 'em up streaming, beat 'em up research and science. And this has been growing for a number of reasons. Coincidentally, I was reminded of River City Girls 2. That game was free on Epic the other week, and I didn't grab it because I had it on Xbox, and I was like, should I grab the PC version? I probably should, but I can't be fucked. So I didn't. But it reminded me that that's a game that I've been just kind of... I bought it on release, and then I didn't play... Well, I tried to play it. I tried to stream it. But the game shipped with a bug that made the game, most of the game, render at 30 FPS instead of 60, so it felt awful. And the game was just like that for about 6 months before they patched it, which is absolutely insane. But by that point, I'd already, I played it on stream for 20 minutes, and I was like, what the fuck? This can't be real. And I just gave up on it, figuring, that's the thing. I didn't get it on release day, or at least I didn't stream it on release day. I streamed it a week later. I'd heard something about a bug like that, and I figured, well, it's been a week. Surely they've fixed it by now. And they hadn't, and they would go on to not fix it for another 6 months. They did eventually fix it. By that point, I had already lost any and all interest. And of course, I wasn't expecting to like the game in the first place, because I wasn't really a big fan of the first River City Girls. And the second game appears to have quadrupled down on every aspect of the first game that I didn't like. So, But I still have an academic interest in it. But so between the game being given away on Epic and me catching a bit of Murphigator playing River City Ransom Underground the other day, it just kind of, I don't know, tickled something in me and made me want to finally get to River City Girls 2. So I booted the game up, I don't know, an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, to see if, make sure I had it installed, everything was running and everything. So I booted up, and, it's 60 FPS, things are working. But the input delay was just otherworldly. It was insane. It's like half a second of delay between pushing a button and something happening on screen. And it, within 2 seconds of the opening tutorial area, it got me so pissed off. I was like, there's no way I can stream this, because I would go absolutely insane. I don't know if that's exclusive to the Xbox version. I feel like if that's just what that game is on any version, I'm shocked that I was going to say, I'm shocked that that's not the only thing I've heard about that game, because for me, it renders the game immediately unplayable. But the thing is, I haven't really heard any discourse around that game, so maybe the discourse that has existed about that game was centered around the horrible input lag. I just haven't heard any of it, because there hasn't been a lot of it, because interest in that game seems to have been pretty limited to begin with. I don't know. Either way, I'm now kicking myself a little bit for not grabbing it on Epic, just in case the PC version runs better, which is entirely plausible, because input lag is a weird thing, and there's always a lot of different factors. It could be a thing where if I played it with a different controller, if I had the controller wired, if I was playing at a different resolution, who knows? But point being, in my current setup anyway, it felt terrible. So I was just like, you know what? I can't subject myself to this with a game I already expect to not enjoy. Like, it's one thing to put up with something because you're really excited about playing something, and to a degree you can get a little bit used to it, but it felt so bad. I don't know, it just felt like it started me off on such a bad place. Like, that's just, nah, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. So, you know, maybe the sequel will be given away on Epic or Humble or somewhere else. Maybe it'll be on such a steep discount that I can justify spending money for it a second time, just for the curiosity of playing it. Because I do want to play it. I just, you know, I want to play it, provided that there is a way to play that game in a way that won't make me hate myself and life and everything. I do, but, you know, I can't. There's a limit, you know? Everything within reason. But that's not the only game I had been interested in, or put it another way, revisiting River City Girls 2 was not the only kind of aspect to my recent... I mean, it's a... I don't want to say my recent interest in beat 'em up. That's not new, but the fact that I've been itching to play beat 'em ups recently is not just with that game. Gonzo Cookie, welcome, welcome. I've also been, you know, we played 64th Street on the 4th of July stream, and that was a lot of fun. I had way more fun with that game than I expected. And that game's kind of lingered in the back of my mind, but more generally, I've had a desire for quite some time to find another beat 'em up to learn the 1cc, and I'm a little bit unsure about what game to try to focus on. There's like a couple of candidates, but there's nothing really, no standouts as such. But that's, you know, I went into this stream this morning thinking like, well, let's do River City Girls 2. The other thing I would want to do is like maybe, not related to today's stream specifically, but just like in general, like, man, I kind of want to get on that 1cc grind. But I felt like, oh man, just a casual playthrough of a game that I can be a little annoyed with and have fun with yelling at seems more comfy than the stresses of learning an actual high, you know, intensity arcade game. But then River City Girls 2 pissed me off so bad. It's like, fuck that, I can't deal with this shit. But given that I didn't have an exact, you know, super clear idea or any specific games lined up in terms of arcade ones, I decided to quickly look at my Steam library to see what other things I might have there, like recent games that have been unplayed, or you know, some kind of substitute for River City Girls 2. And what I landed on was Double Dragon Gaiden. This game I also played when it first came out, and I did stream that, and I did like a full playthrough. And I had some kind of mixed feelings about it. As it turns out, from my memory anyway, the Xbox version of that also had terrible input lag, but the game itself, more so than River City Girls 2, justified sticking with it, at least for like that one stream. But I recently grabbed it on Steam because it was on deep discount, and it's been a few years since it came out. I think it was released in 23, 24 maybe? And it's been patched like a million times, and they added like 12 characters. So I'm sure the game's changed quite a bit, and it's definitely... it's warranted to take another look at it. Even if it hadn't changed, just with my memory being what it is, I think it would be worth going back to. But I'm kind of curious. So we'll start off with that at least, and depending on how that goes, depending on how I feel, depending on, you know, how the mood strikes, maybe we'll move on to looking at some arcade games or what have you. But I'm quite curious to check back in on Double Dragon Gaiden, at least. Just realized that I forgot to configure my webcam properly. Based Logitech technology, resetting every camera setting every time you reboot or restart OBS. So let me this and better. Shouldn't be messing around on its own. Okay, cool. are very dry. Let's fix that. Let me find my USB cable somewhere around here. Go. My dusty controller. I did, of course, confirm my suspicions that this game is not very arcade stick friendly, as is usually the case with modern beat-em-ups, annoyingly. But it is what it is. So without further ado, why don't we get to it? Do that. We don't need the capture. I do need to set up capture for the game, and the game's probably going to boot up fucking mega loud, so let me get ready to address that. Bringing up the volume mixer. Game. On the volume. Like 2%. Double Dragon Gaiden. Capture.
Double Dragon Gaiden.
There we go.
Rise of the Dragon.
Bump it up to 6%. Oh yeah. I had to mess a little bit with some of my audio setup for Best of Nintendo this past weekend. So things might be a little different, audio levels and such wise. So as always, of course, let me know if something sounds bad or if something needs addressing. I'm doing this best I can to look at the audio monitoring in OBS to determine appropriate sound levels. I think we can bump this just a tiny bit more. But if something sounds bad, please let me know, because if you don't let me know, I have no way of knowing, and I have zero chance of being able to fix anything. But if you do let me know, there's at least some chance. Oh yeah, the game title stuff, that's right. Thank you for pointing that out. I did not fix that. So let's do that. Man, SWAT Police, that game was quite something, wasn't it? Yeah, I was gonna play Rivers of the Girls too, but nope, we're not doing that. DD Gaiden, that's what we're playing. Okay, I'm controlling the game also. It's kind of interesting. It's not unusual for a game to like keep monitoring joystick inputs when it's inactive, but for doing it with the keyboard inputs is a little unusual. All right, okay. That's the name of the game, right? Yeah. So let's see if everything is configured. Oh yeah, interesting. I think they this was something they added, I think, because the game game pauses a lot, which I'm sure can get quite annoying if you're playing with more than one person. Okay, you were allowed to move with D-pad, that's good. Attack, special, jump, action. Yeah, so we got 4 buttons here. Tag, run, I think run, double tap to run off. Turn that on. I don't know if SP2 and SP3 are also like macro buttons. But yeah, clearly it's designed to be played on controller. It's a big gripe I have with not exclusively or specifically beat 'em ups, but as a general rule, for me, like in terms of my game design philosophy, I guess we'll call it, I think you should sort of always strive to design a control scheme to use as few buttons as possible. Or at least, I mean, that can be taken to an extreme. I've played games that in the pursuit of like simplicity, you end up with a game that has fewer buttons than actions, so half of the actions are done with button combinations, which, you know, requiring button combinations is not a problem in and of itself, but if you have a lot of them and they're kind of overlapping, and, like, you can end up with something that's less intuitive than just having more buttons, and even less practical. But I would say in terms of designing a control scheme, the addition of one more button or button function is not something to be taken lightly. I think it should only, you should only add the button once, it's untenable to not add it. I think, and I obviously a lot of people I think would essentially approach it from the opposite direction of saying, well, we can assume, which is certainly true, of course, if you're releasing on console, and it's generally true regardless, that people are going to be playing, or the person playing the game will have a controller like this or something equivalent, right? So we have access to all these buttons. Just like if you had designed a game for the Super Nintendo, you can assume that the person playing it is holding a Super Nintendo controller and will have access to every button on that controller. What's up, Father Axekeeper? Greetings. But I think you'll find that if you look at a lot of Super Nintendo games, there's, I would dare say a majority of them do not use every button. Or at least not for the crucial functionality of the game. There's tons of games. I mean, obviously you have a lot of arcade ports and stuff that would use 2 or 3 buttons, but you would have games that are sort of in that vein. But I think nowadays, for whatever reason, it seems like there's an expectation that every button is going to do something, and that it's if you deliver a game in which the player grabs a controller and they press a button and nothing happens, that's like a failure on the part of the game to have something happen at a press of a button. I don't think that much conscious thought kind of goes into it like that. I don't think people maybe reason that way about it. But if I can if I can climb even further up on this high horse of mine, I would say that's part of the problem too. That it just feels kind of unconsidered. But ultimately, the problem I have with it is that, I think, and of course this is partially due to just subjective tastes and preferences, but I like the elegance of simplicity. I like the purity of arcade game design, or just in general, the sort of gameplay mechanics first sort of mentality. And I think this is a big part of that, where instead of operating from an assumption that we're making this game, people will be playing this with such and such type of controller, you look at the game first, and what are the interactions that the player is going to have with the game, and what does that, sort of warrant in terms of controls. And I think, even with arcade platforms like the Neo Geo or the CPS2 or something, where it was almost console-like in the fact that there was a standardized set of controls. There's a lot of Neo Geo games that don't use 4 buttons. Almost every CPS game that isn't a fighting game doesn't use 6 buttons, even though the hardware supported it. And I think there's just for me, I know this isn't fair and it's not true, but when I see a game use way more buttons than it needs to me it's difficult not to read that as a sign of kind of a lack of imagination or lack of creativity, or I feel like it. And again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily true. This is my personal subjective view of it, but the feeling I get is that it's sort of that it's so easily done with just a shrug without thinking too much about it. You just enter this kind of default mindset of, well, we have these buttons, so why don't we use them, instead of considering whether the game sort of needs it, because it is ultimately a game design factor, aspect. Because here in this game, you couldn't necessarily have this exact game with fewer buttons. I mean, you probably could in some way or another, but it's more about, like, it has further ramifications, right? Like, to take an example, Streets of Rage 4 uses how many buttons? It's like, and I think that's like fairly conservative. I think it's like 4 or 5 buttons, something like that. But it has an option that lets you, play with like legacy controls or whatever. Like it lets you play with 3 buttons, like the Mega Drive games. I think that's a novel feature. That's neat, but I don't prefer to play it that way because the game's not really designed with that in mind. Like in the default controls of that game, you have a separate button for interacting with items versus attacking, where in the original games you press the attack button to pick up items. Pressing the attack button to pick up items is, obviously a genre standard, but in every game that does do that, which is the majority of them, there's a lot of scenarios where you want to attack someone, but you accidentally pick up food, or vice versa. So separating those two actions on their own button is good. It solves a legitimate problem, and I think is an example of where adding another button might be justified. And you can play Streets of Rage 4 without doing it that way. Like, you're sort of handicapping yourself, but that's maybe not the hugest concern. But there's a lot of other things where it's like the game is built a certain way and you kind of shoehorn in a option to play a certain other way, or like with different controls or whatever it is. But if I get the feeling that the game wasn't designed with that in mind, it's not really the number of buttons that is the issue per se. I mean, it can be, it's part of it, but it's more about what the ramifications that original design choice of the controller layout has on the rest of the game. I prefer a game that's maybe more focused. And this, of course, is like, not exclusively, but certainly far more, more relevant in arcade games or games that have sort of an arcade lineage. Obviously, most modern beat-em-ups, with the exception of some stuff released for like Exa Arcadia or something, like modern beat-em-ups aren't released in arcades or for an arcade market or anything like that. But some of them are released at least with a kind of arcade design mentality or an arcade structure, if not that. But even ones that aren't, I think the moment-to-moment interaction with the game still leans very heavily on that heritage. And there's a lot of things when it comes to control schemes and like pacing and immediacy and things like that, where there's been a lot of babies thrown out with a lot of bathwater, I feel like, when trying to sort of adapt a classic style of game into a modern structure or format. And one of those things is like not caring about the elegance of control schemes. Back in the arcade days, it was obviously like there's a material cost to requiring more buttons. If you were building dedicated cabinets, the cost would increase. If you weren't, like, it would still put, theoretically, it puts some level of strain on arcade operators to make sure that they have a cabinet with enough buttons versus, a 4-button cabinet versus a 2-button cabinet or whatever, or the control panels, whatever. But there was a material benefit to keeping button counts low. And I think there's a lot of things with game design in terms of pacing and stuff where there was a clear incentive to keep the pace up because you didn't want someone to hog the game for too long. You wanted to be able to have a steady stream of revenue. But I think there's so much to arcade game design that is so quickly dismissed as just like, they just want to beat you up and shove you into a locker and steal your lunch money. The game's mean to you, so we should go the opposite direction. But as it turns out, like, setting aside aspects of challenge and, maybe how obtuse a game is or things like that, just in terms of the flow and pacing and delivery, like the instant accessibility and excitement of arcade games is something so immediately and obviously appealing that I think it's a huge shame that it's so common to see that aspect like totally lacking. What's up, NPC? Yeah, I figured like it's not uncommon for games to have like totally different sort of input delay situations on different platforms. So I guess more directly, like I didn't want to believe that the input delay I experienced was like that's just what the game is. Like even for a game I have very little faith in, I don't want to believe that that's the case. But I appreciate the confirmation, or at least second opinion. Now, I don't think a game has to be bad or that I need to dismiss a game entirely on account of using many buttons, but to me it's like an interesting first impression thing to look at and how it sort of informs my view on the rest of the game. And I think there, you know, Cosmic Invasion also uses a ton of buttons, and I think both of these games have in common that they're extremely consciously designed with this kind of controller in mind because of the way certain actions are mapped to the face buttons and certain actions are mapped to the shoulder buttons. With like tagging, which is a thing in both games, and special moves and stuff. And that's the thing too, like regardless of number of buttons, physically where a button's located can make a difference too. Like it can make sense. Like it's not unusual in a Super Nintendo game for that matter to use like two face buttons and the shoulder buttons, because you can kind of use those simultaneously in a different way. Or certain kinds of actions making more sense on triggers versus on a face button. But ultimately, I generally prefer to play 2D games on an arcade stick. I just like the feel of it. So when button layouts are not designed with that in mind, it always is a little bit frustrating and disappointing to me, because if the game had controlled well on an arcade stick, that's how I would prefer to play it. And in some cases, it feels like a game could very easily have been designed sort of either way. It's not that simple, of course, but it can feel that way. And they chose to go like almost arbitrarily in a way that makes the game just not work well on an arcade stick, which can be frustrating. But anyway, those are my opinions on the controls configuration screen. Yeah, I don't know what the input lag thing is. Like I said, it can be, there's so many different factors that it's hard to know for sure. Kind of weird that I can't actually highlight the back option. I guess it... Whatever. A lot of things we can disable, like in damage numbers. I'm going to keep things default. I could go in an equally in-depth rant about damage numbers. I guess I'll give the short version, which is I don't like damage numbers in an action game. I think they can make sense in like an RPG or a tactics game or something where A, you don't have as much direct sort of real-time action feedback, and also where the informational value of seeing those numbers on screen is actually more relevant and important, where you have like a lot of different factors combining to calculate those specific numbers, where there's like a couple of dice rolls and you add in, you know, variables for plus and minus depending on whatever equipment or properties. Then it makes sense, because you can kind of realize you have an expectation of what something is supposed to do, like what damage you're expecting, and you seeing a different number, you kind of adjust your strategy from that. But in a game where I mean, I guess we'll see. This is like a rogue structured kind of a thing, and I don't know if that involves leveling up or increasing damage output or whatnot. But that's the thing, like, if the numbers are completely pointless, I can turn them off and it'll be nicer to look at. But maybe the game is designed in such a way that that is actually important information, in which case I kind of wish it wasn't, because that's not my preference for this type of game. But it also, to me, all sort of communicates just a difference in sensibility between the designers and myself. But having said that, regardless, I always appreciate having the option. Up Zalathar. Yeah, I can see that. Like, controller and keyboard mouse can definitely be, like, it used to be, like, in a way, I guess even worse, because it used to be PC port of console games just having completely borked controls, just like, not, you know, pre-standardized X-input Xbox controller support. It was a complete crapshoot if you could even use a controller properly, and whatever adaptations had been done for mouse and keyboard probably weren't great. But then you could have things where it's like PC first, or at least sort of equivalent enough where it was just, well, it's the same game, but if I play with a mouse, I just have vastly improved accuracy. But yeah, sometimes it can get really weird. I should do this. A little beat. Okay, I don't know if that changed. I guess maybe it's a little sharper. So yeah, this is the same. I keep forgetting the name of the developer of this game, but these guys, they're based in Singapore. They made, I think it was originally called Devil's Dare, and then it was like re-released as Streets of Red Devil's Dare Deluxe, which is it's a beat 'em up that also has this kind of rogue structure. It's very similar to this in a lot of ways. I like that game mechanically, but it's also, the theming is very sort of referential, quote-unquote, humor, comedy stuff in a way that I find really grating. But it's pretty similar to this, so this is very clearly built on that skeleton, where the cash you earn during a playthrough gets converted into tokens, which can be used for, like, permanent meta unlocks. Yeah, so using, yeah, like your specials is a very central part, because if you kill multiple enemies with your special moves, they will drop items. So if you kill, I think it's like 3 or more, they'll drop health. Right, yeah, so I think these are the, these are like the special buttons that you can use the macros for. So that's actually a good thing. Like, I think this game probably is, I don't know how arcade stick friendly it is with the button layout and everything, but at least I think it does use basically 6 buttons and not 8, maybe 5 even. But I'll still prefer to play it on pad, at least while I'm getting used to it. Because I think even having, like, even if 6 buttons, like, you can play Street Fighter or whatever just fine, right? 6 buttons isn't too many for an arcade stick layout, but it also really depends on how you're expected to use, like, physically, how you're expected to sort of arrange your fingers to reach those buttons based on what those actions are, how frequently you use them, and which ones you use together. And I find it mentally a lot easier. Like in Street Fighter, I have 3 rows of 2. I have light, medium, heavy, punches up there and kicks below. It's very easily tracked sort of mentally, whereas Guilty Gear, at least some versions, being a 5-button game, is like much harder for me to mentally track, because it's sort of like 5 different functions. And this is kind of similar, where you have the 4 face buttons doing different things, and then the special button and the tag button. And having it split up between face buttons and shoulder buttons just makes it a lot easier to mentally keep track of, at least for me. Yeah, so I remember this being a big critique of this game, that prowling enemies for these group KOs, giving you food, is sort of all too easy. Like, the game is kind of, there's this sort of infinite feedback loop of gaining more health back constantly. Not to say I won't get destroyed, of course, but I don't know if that's something that people, that kind of trivialize some of the challenge of the game. But I'm curious if some of that might have been adjusted in one of the 45 patches released since I most recently played this game. So I'm currently playing the PC version. I played this on Xbox when it launched. And this version I just got a few weeks ago, so I have not touched it. We have 0 progress, which is just as well, because I don't, like, remember anything. I guess it defaulted to file B. Sure, why not? I think this is probably... Actually, no, I think this was in at launch. It might have changed somewhat. No, continues plus. Right, okay, so... You see there the exchange rate basically means that a lower dollar value means we get more tokens for our run. We can make it easier or harder, or, well, I guess that's the opposite. I guess increasing players' health. This is like difficulty in terms of player health, difficulty in terms of revive cost. I see. Yeah, it's funny. Every one of these things, it's like you increase the enemy aggression to make it harder, but this makes it look like you increase player health. But I think it's actually decreasing player health. Is this the one where bosses will be different depending on the order? Yes, and that is structurally the concept that's taken directly from the developer's previous game. In that game, there's like 4 or 5 levels, and every level has like a version based on when in the sequence you play them. So let's say there's levels A, B, C, and D. Your order in which you pick them, like first, second, third, or fourth, determines which version of the level you get. So you can pick level C first, and you get like C1, so to speak, and it's like one section. But if you play level A first and then C, you'll get C2, which then has like 2 sections. And if you get like if you pick it as third or fourth, it might have a second boss that wasn't there in the first version or whatever. I think it's cool. I think it's not a perfect system. There are like I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that levels always get longer. Like the later versions, like how it worked in that game. I don't remember if it's exactly like this in this game, but it basically every level had like 4 sections. But how many sections you play was determined by which order you did the level. Either you just did the first, or the first 2, or the first 3, or all 4. So the first level is always 1 section, the second 2, 3, and 4. So like it gets longer and longer. But it's an interesting, I think it's a pretty interesting way to sort of scale the game, to add this sort of challenge curve while still maintaining the freedom to play things in different ways and in a different order. I guess we'll just run everything standard. Although I'm kind of tempted to just do a no continue run. Let's do that. I'm not sure how long a run is. I don't know how many runs we'll do, but for this 1990X, the world is in a state of decay. A nuclear war has ravaged cities and the population struggles to survive. I guess.
You shall be a champion of the good, protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Indeed, indeed. New York City is now ruled by 4 major gangs. As the gangs fight for total dominance, riots and crime consume the streets. Yeah, so the gangs are like sort of based on Double Dragons 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sort of. One day at the Sosetskin Dojo. Is anyone here? This young lady needs help. Marion, you okay? Who are you? What have you done? Please listen. I'm the new mayor. Sir Marion was caught in a gang conflict during patrol. She was hurt. Managed to get to her and bring her here. I like that the immediate response is to bring her to the Sosetskin Dojo. Not like a hospital or something, but yeah, sure. Mayor, can't you do anything about these gangs? Someone needs to put these criminals in their place. Sorry, I was just elected. Regaining control from these gangs will not be easy. Maybe another way. Heard that Master Lee of the Sosetsuken Dojo is a martial artist with unmatched skills. With his help, we might be able to take these gangs down. Doctor, I'm Pagliacci. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Master Lee has been missing for some time now. Billy and Jimmy are his sons and disciples. Left them in my care before you went missing. Can't let you risk their lives for this. No, Uncle Matten. Innocent citizens are suffering. We have to act now. Marion's right. Fighting for justice. Isn't that what we trained for? Join us, Uncle Matten. We can't do this without you. Alright. So I'm curious if, I guess we'll find out very quickly here if the 45 added characters are available from the get-go. Okay, so I toggle to get the move list per character. Okay. Got Billy. I guess Jimmy's like locked out here because it's in the other slot. Uncle Matt. So these four are the four default characters. And in the original release, there's like 8 bosses or something like that you can unlock as playable characters. Yeah, so we have a bunch of those here. Okay, yeah, so it looks like all the DLC patched in characters are also unlockable and not available from the beginning. That's neat. So yeah, there's like a million characters. Info, yeah. So Billy is like kind of the agility character, and Jimmy's more of the power character. He's got like the power bomb and shit. Marion's all about guns and gadgets. Madden has like the shield. He's like the even more of a power grappler type character. I guess we'll keep things simple. We'll just do Billy and Jimmy. Okay. I guess we don't have different color palettes or anything. Just for now. Alright, sure. Answering the call to help, our 4 heroes set out to stop the gang wars and return peace to New York City. Of course, we got the reference here to the start of the original game with the Road Blaster car, English Terror. Oh, I didn't even press a button.
Mission select.
Kind of weird. We have like the high resolution metallic text on the bottom right with with tilted pixels. That looks kind of weird. Like, I love the pixel art in this game. It's not like stylistically, I am not, you know, I favor slightly different style in this like chibi-fied cutesy style, but I think it's really well executed. The animation's great and everything. But this game does do other things with the presentation that I'm not as fond of, with having like the high resolution stuff with mismatched pixel sizes and things. It's not as egregious as some games for sure, but it's yeah, it really sticks out like a sore thumb for me. We have things like the text in the bottom right there being clearly not low resolution. All right, so I guess we can just keep things very simple. Oh, it's kind of weird the order. Yeah, so the killers, I don't know if this is meant to be like the Black Warriors were usually like the villain, like the bad guy faction, right? But I guess Machine Gun Willie started a new gang called the Killers. Up White Buffalo. Ex-militants that took over the abandoned skyscraper. They're heavily armed and dangerous. Killer's Fortress. Oh, I have to hold it. I don't know what the movie clapper is about, but fine. I'm gonna pause right away.
Let's go.
Have a sip of coffee. Try to finish this before it's too cold. Okay, yeah, doesn't feel immediately input laggy. That's a good sign. So there's... Okay, that's his jab. Jump. Jumping was not in Streets of Red. Killers were apparently Willie's gang before they became the Shadow Warriors. Alright, that's interesting. There's clearly a lot of, like, Double Dragon is like a huge mess, parentheses affectionate. Right, there's the grab dash. There we go. Like, KO'd 3 people, and I got a hot dog. And if I have to grab it, that's fine. Regarding the pixel grid, yeah, for sure, I agree, Zalithar. Like, it's hypothetically, right, you get the quote-unquote advantage of smoother movement, right? I missed that guy. That's fine. Okay. I think, I'm not sure, but I think you can, while people are like, oh, that's the run. After they're sort of dead, but still on the ground, before they go black and white, I think you can still, yeah, see, you can like pick them up like that. So the window to get the, oh, nice, you get money for grabbing food at full health. The window for actually getting the special kill is pretty generous. So this thing, the full screen text box thing is something you can disable. Hitbox. Right, okay, so that's up plus. Okay, interesting. The from the how to play section, I thought it was down, up, left, right, but it just means that like either that's the neutral special, and then you have a hold horizontal special and a hold vertical special, which means that the macro buttons are not that necessary. We got bigger food for killing 4 people. Chuck. The game's got a pretty sort of chunky, slow-ish feel to it, but I guess that might be based on which character you're using as well. Nice, like, chunky hit stop. Alright, we got 2 characters also. Nice, okay, so you can spend super meter tag mid combo. Okay. Guess his, yeah, he's like a little chunkier.
Awesome.
Here. Huh? Oh, maybe this was progress. But yeah, as you can see, like,
More from me.
doesn't take that much effort. That counts as a special KO. Interesting. Get these like multi-kills. It's more about like corralling enemies and making sure their like HP is arranged such. Okay. Okay. That you will get the kill. But yeah, so Double Dragon is, you know, one of the things that I love about the Double Dragon property is that it is so all over the place. So many different people have had their hands on it, and even like technos themselves were never particularly concerned. Oh, interesting. You get, like, full exploration after you're done. Double tapping to run figure this out. Did I? Okay. I didn't save and exit. Okay, there we go. You know, right from the get-go, a lot of people outside of Technos were involved in Double Dragon stuff. And like between arcade releases, home ports and stuff, even the stuff that was developed sorry, I got distracted. So I was looking at Jimmy's idle stance and I was trying to place what it reminded me of. The idle stance looks almost exactly the same as Tia in Breakers. I was trying to think if it was based on something from the Neo Geo arcade game or something, but well, I guess it might be.
Lock and load.
MG Willie. And like even oh, okay. Wow, it's pretty big. Oh, that's like a double jump. Hang on, I'm getting a little distracted here. Iframes? Okay. Thing is, I'm not like worried for my life or anything. I just want to do something fancy. Yeah, so there's like quite a bit of recovery. There we go. I was gonna say that should count as a special KO, right? It's satisfying. So I guess the blue life there is the amount of life I can regain by tagging out Billy. There's a lot to take in. In any case, yeah, so Double Dragon has never been particularly consistent, whether it's in aesthetics or tone or story or mechanics. Like, it's always been kind of all over the place. And the interesting thing I feel about with like modern, and by modern I guess I basically mean anything after like Technos closed in 95, any quote-unquote modern incarnation of Double Dragon will always be, I mean, some of the ones even before that will be kind of a peek into whoever's making it and their kind of, what do they find important about Double Dragon? Like, what are the elements of the Double Dragon concept that this developer has chosen to include? And typically you will find, first of all, the things are always very different. People always have their own interpretation, but like which little elements show up. So it's like not unusual to have these, what I guess you could call weird deep cuts, or just like very different takes on things that I think are all sort of valid, even if they might be, like Double Dragon Neon is a good example. I don't like that game's tone in particular. I don't think the humor really lands for me, and I think I don't appreciate the fact that it's so sort of ironic, and I think it's weird that it's kind of building its entire concept on ironic nostalgia for something that never existed. It's like trying to, especially in its marketing, sort of like harkening back to Double Dragon of the 80s, but the version of the 80s Double Dragon that they're imagining never actually existed. And I find that kind of weird. But I think it's a reasonably well executed version of that. And I think, even though I sort of disagree with the choice tonally, I think it's fair to say that I don't have much of a leg to stand on if I say that that's not what it should be. That's not like the canonical, not the true, not the real Double Dragon, because there isn't one, really. Like, all the ones that exist are so different. And I think for me, that's like one of the greatest strengths of this series, like that there is always room for something. And if a version comes out, like Double Dragon Revive, not a great game, but it's got some cool stuff in it. Like, you can be sure, more or less, that whatever next installment we're going to get of Double Dragon is going to be something different. Like, this game came out, and then Revive came out, right? So, like, and I think the most recent one before this one was Double Dragon 4. And probably the most recent one before that was Neon. Well, not counting maybe... Yeah, there might have been some mobile games in between. The iOS version, I think, came out, I guess, probably before Neon, and that was based on, like, the Zeebo version. So, yeah, the lineage goes... Well, not lineage, really, because they're not really descendant from one another, but, like, the order of releases, I guess, would be something like Double Dragon Advance, then the Zeebo version, then the iOS version, then Neon, then Wander of the Dragons came out after Neon. And then, like, Double Dragon 4, then this, then Revive. And with some exceptions of, like, the iOS version being essentially a port of the Zeebo game, those are all totally different. And they're not related to each other, and there's no, like, storyline that connects them. So I think it's really cool. Like, I'd be thrilled to make a Double Dragon sort of, well, fan game maybe, but something like this, you know. It's an official released licensed game, clearly made by people who have a fondness for the series, just doing their own thing, choosing what to include, building their own sort of lore. It's not the direction I would take, but I think it's cool to see all these different perspectives. It's like a luxury to get to see this in such a widespread and like high effort, high budget capacity. You don't really get to see that with many other games. Okay, so we can spend our cash on upgrades. And these are character specific. Interesting. Getting your full super meter back when performing crowd control seems extremely good. Alright, so we see the inventory. And I guess, of course, you can choose not to get an upgrade to have more cash. I remember in the previous game, in Streets of Red, to get, like, the true last boss and ending, you need to have a certain amount of cash by the end. So you kind of can't afford to get tons of upgrades. But I'm not going to be worried about that sort of thing at this point. I also don't know... Yeah, nice Devil Stare. Increased melee damage by 20. I don't even know what that, like, relative to what. This seems like such an incredibly good thing that I'm just gonna buy this. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. You only get to pick the one thing per character. Increases SP auto regeneration rate by 100%. This seems similarly extremely good. Because I guess you need this to tag out, so you can't, like, spend your meter and then tag out to your other guy with meter. So that, I mean, that's good design. But this means that I can more quickly regenerate to tag out if I'm in danger also. I'm not sure what they mean by attack efficiency. I'm guessing it's something to do with speed. This seems really good too, but let's do this. Optimize for meter gain. This isn't defeat, it's a strategic retreat. News of our hero's victory soon spreads across the city, bringing new hope for its people. Find a game using the word "it's" correctly challenge. Level impossible. The remaining gangs are increasing their threat, arming themselves with deadly weapons and hiring dangerous mercenaries. So yeah, if we had picked this gang second, there would be, like, more level after... I don't know if Willy... I guess Willy is probably the last boss of the level regardless, but there would be more level before we fought him, I guess. So I think each gang has, like... I don't think it's 4 different bosses. Yeah, okay, so you can see that each of their headquarters gets like upgraded. That's actually pretty sick. Yeah, so you can see now that we have 2 special KO bounties. Oh, I wonder if these... So we've got Burnov, and then that Duke, or I guess this is the you can read the profile, I guess. Oh yeah, their leader's Duke, a narcissistic but skilled martial artist. So Duke is the final boss of Return of Double Dragon on the Super Nintendo. Who I think, at least in this game, I think he's like, it's sort of... Actually, I don't know. There's parts of this that are more based on Double Dragon 2. And Double Dragon 2, there's a few different versions of it, but it has like the Supreme Warrior martial artist boss. And I think Duke here is like kind of based on him. But I think that character is also in this game separately. We'll find out. But I guess those Mohawk enemies are like kind of based on the Mohawk Linda from DD2. But you can see there that we have, because the levels increase in scope, we get the additional bonus objectives. So yeah, Double Dragon 3 is a weird time traveling world, you know, globe trotting adventure, and the game, the final level is in Egypt, and you fight like Cleopatra's ghost or some shit. So I guess that's kind of what this is based on, the Anubis gang. But the Anubis, like as a character, is not something that existed previously. But interestingly, under the special KO bounty there, we have what's his name? The Chinese guy, the playable character from 3. He was added as a DLC character, but I don't remember, or I'm not aware if he was a boss character previously and the DLC update just made him playable, or if he's like fully new. So I think the ninja here is also like the ninja character from Double Dragon 3. But I'm not sure if they sort of littered these additional characters in as extra bosses too, which is kind of cool. Definitely bothered by the misaligned pixels in like the gang artwork. If you look at the guy on the left, there's a bunch of like very narrow pixel strips around his face. It looks so bad. Very annoying. Anyway, let's do them quote-unquote in order. Fight the royals. Hold it, it's so weird. Of course, the fake NES sprites. Got some Double Dragon 2 music. Pepis. Music in this I remember being quite good. Oh, nice. I was gonna say, well, I guess I don't get crowd control, but no, a guy just spawned, and I got the special hit on him. Nice. Big old turkey kill. So, I mean, that's easy enough. All right. Oh, $100 for a big turkey. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Amazing!
That's good.
You know what? I think I'm already gonna turn that off. Music. I should like seek out the music for this game separate from playing it because it's pretty good. Not in here. Crowd control pause off. Oh, that's right. I can't. I have to press B to back.
Thank you.
Oh! You hit me out of my special. I was trying to like figure out a use for the vertical special, which I haven't really. Oh, there we go. I refilled my special. Oh, those guys are. guess I haven't really paid attention. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't use the entire special meter. Okay, yeah, it's... The big freeze frame is, like, cool, but it definitely improves the flow of the game tremendously to not have that happen.
Awesome.
Grab dash is cool. It's actually interesting. It's a concept I've been thinking about recently for my game. The train, I guess. Yep. It's already in motion. I hit that, but I'm building meter up very quickly. Turn a little hot dog. Number one. Oh, that was me getting hit. Ah! I misread my special meter. Eat that burger to get some health. I missed. Okay, there we go. It's a whole bag of cash here that I missed.
Awesome.
Oh, dog. There's a steaming hot dog hiding there in a pile of corpses.
More from me.
Ah. Amy's definitely harder to use, I feel. Being a little slower.
I like it.
But I think they did a great job of giving them, like, cool, different fighting styles. Of course, you gotta have the referential movie posters. We had Bruce Lee and Mad Max. There's Akira and the Warriors. Ah. I just realized Jimmy's HUD is on the top right, showing the health recovery and everything. Comboing into the grab feels pretty dang good. I guess you can probably do a neutral tag that doesn't cost special. I guess so? Hard to tell because you can't really... I can't really tell looking at the other character's health bar there, or like UI, if their special meter is full or empty, but I guess that means it's full.
Awesome.
We can tag in like that, break a combo. Trying to do a special there at the end, it didn't come out. It didn't have meter. I like that first, the start of the running animation has this like really extended step where they're leaning into it more. It's a really nice touch. Yeah, I like the animation of this a lot. I think it's cool too that even with these sort of chunky, little stubby characters, they still have these like really nice martial arts poses and animations. Battletoads movie poster. See. Hey, okay, I didn't think I was. Oh, that's right. There's some sort of grab thing. I actually get a little X thing to indicate that I try to do it special, but I didn't have the meter for it. Actually, we do want to get the special KO.
Awesome.
I guess I can't grab him. Okay, fair enough.
good.
Oh, that was a lot of health. Ah. Oh, yeah, I guess there's a bottle there in case I fuck up. Just barely.
I like it.
Okay, burn off. $6K. Alright, so we get a little shop at the end of each section. Improved action efficiency. I guess the B button that the Lee brothers used to dash grab is the action button, and that's going to do something quite different for each character, I presume. That makes sense. Increase the damage of all knock melee attacks. I have no idea what that means. Info, I think, yeah, that shows us our current inventory. Okay, you, you have a lot of slots. I see. Okay, so you can like check what each thing does. Okay, that's good. I misread that as hardened boy first, hardened body. Well, okay, so you get like armor when your super meter's full, and I kind of walk around with a full super meter quite a lot. Cover partner's health. I'm not going to worry too much about keeping extra cash on hand. I'm assuming they mean like attacks that knock down. I don't know if that would include specials. What can we get for, give me... Okay, special reduced, that's pretty strong. Dire strategy. Spend HP to perform a special move. Pretty expensive. It's interesting because I would probably use this by mistake a lot, but that's the thing though, because if you're in a tight spot with a bunch of people surrounding you, you could kill them and get health back. That seems really good. That basically means you can always do a special. I'm gonna get that. Billy. Yeah, let's go with the shield. Although if I get this one and he dies, whatever. Let's harden our body. Move on to section 2. I think I'm a little unsure as of yet the kind of pacing of the.
Lucky me.
See, I got armored there. Okay. I have to do this. Oh, I missed the. Okay, that's fine. I have full special anyway. You cannot grab. Whoa, there's a bit of recover there. Keep expecting to break through my armor, but then this is almost the biggest issue here with they knocked into each other. That's interesting.
What the?
Like getting enough people in range to hit the crowd control special, but I think enemy group sizes will probably scale up a little bit as we progress. Also don't know how
Lucky me.
meter gain actually really works. We're just open, interesting. It is a weird little design conundrum though, right? Because by nature of enemy crowds being a literal resource for you to gain health, designers are kind of disincentivized from throwing big groups at you as a form of challenge. Speaking of big groups, Mr. Radon raiding with a party of 82. Welcome, friends. Doing a little bit of beat 'em up research. Revisiting Double Dragon Gaiden. having not played it since it came out a couple years ago. Oh, I missed the other guy. That's fine. Like, normally, obviously, having big enemy groups is like the main driver of increased difficulty. But here, as soon as you have a bigger group of enemies, like, you can special them and heal up. Hello, Mackie. Hello, Flygon. Catch up with chat. Where's my mouse cursor? There we are. I'm gonna plug in my speaker, put a pizza in the oven, and give you 80 bits. That sounds really, really good. I'm very glad to be a small part of that celebratory event. Thank you for those 80 bits. Appreciate that. No footage of dubbed alternative Double Dragon cartoon intros. It's a shame. It's a shame. Man, I was so fucking Mandela affected when I was playing James Bond Jr. on the NES. We watched... I think we watched the entire first season or something. We watched a bunch of episodes of it on my Discord in preparation for the games. And I was so sure, having seen it as a kid, that there was a Swedish version of the opening theme song. But there wasn't. Like, I mean, there was a Swedish dub. That's what I watched as a kid. But when I looked at it, like, I found the Swedish, like, opening with the Swedish credits and everything, but the song was in English. And I don't know why in my brain I remembered the theme song to that having been in Swedish. Just a weird thing. Because most of the time that would be the case. But not for James Bond Jr. Although, come to think of it, I guess TMNT did not have a Swedish theme song. I'm sure there probably were a bunch of shows that didn't. One too many werewolf potions, man. We got the folding couch in First Light, but can you guys imagine if we got the werewolf potion? I feel like we need to bring the existence of werewolf potion to the attention of IO Interactive. Hopefully, it can make an appearance. Someone needs to make like an extremely successful viral meme video, you know, of First Light or Hitman or something, highlighting the werewolf potion. Maybe we can get lucky and see it added to the game. Anyway, is that an item sanctioned by Q Branch? Well, Q... well, in James Bond Jr., James... I guess they're roommates, right? IQ, the boy Q, who invents shit. But he is not in the NES game. The NES game is a little peculiar in that it features a main character sprite who looks like James Bond Jr. from the show. The game is named James Bond Jr., and that's pretty much the extent of the similarities and connections to the TV show. The plot and character, like the main... So the TV show is like James and his friends sneaking out of their dorm to go on international spy adventure hijinks or whatever. In the game, there's this weird named army general who's like, we have an international crisis on our hands. We need James Bond Jr. now. He's the only man who can save Earth. So you get like called in on official business to perform this mission, which is not really how the show worked. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, let's play some Double Dragon.
Awesome.
Awesome. I got a hot dog. Okay, cool. I didn't quite see it. I can't tag. Okay.
My turn.
There we go.
That's good.
Maybe there's a... Whoa, I got hit by something. Maybe there's a cooldown. Because I think the neutral tag doesn't cost meter, but there might still be a cooldown thing on it. Do you guys please pile up a little bit so I can do this? Oh, I got hit! Okay. Whoa! Nope. Fuck. Okay, let's have Billy regain some health. All right, that was a nice team effort on their part there. Whoa! I just got launched off the floor by walking close to a vending machine. You have these like gigantic open spaces too, which gets a little weird. Oh, I did. Okay.
My turn. I like it.
Okay, so already enemies are getting just a little bit tankier, but that it's not a given that you can just like instantly. Fucking hell.
That's good.
Just like instantly special them and
What the?
get the crowd control. All right,
I
cash.
like it.
Oh, she's out of range. I barely hit anyone. Okay. Yeah, a lot of how the meter gain works and how you expend meter for tagging and stuff. Not exactly clear.
That's good.
Nice. Full health. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So I just realized that we do have a health number there. But Jimmy actually has more max health.
What the?
90 versus Billy's 80. Go inside, I guess. Yeah, these like long distance treks to move around the environment feels a little clunky. But again, like with the crowd control special kill mechanic being such a central component, you sort of need, I guess, space for the enemies to move around. Yeah, fuck that up. Quickly. Otherwise, everyone is just like piled up in a tight group. So whether you want to or not, you're just gonna keep hitting everyone. Which, you know, might make things a little too easy. I guess I can drop down, or I can take the whatever opposite to scenic route is. I like this art quite a lot. I'm a big fan of these guys, and I feel bad because I always keep forgetting the name of the developers, but they've done a bunch of like, or the main artists at least. I know I've done like a bunch of Twitter posts with like mock-ups of like a
That's good.
Avengers game and stuff like that over the last however many years. Like before this game, long before this game. Yeah, like that's the thing, like
That's good.
weird kind of focus is on like aiming to pile these guys up so you can do that
That's good.
crowd control thing. 5 minutes, actually pretty slow. I meant to grab him, but fine. Oh, okay, so specials are not invincible. That's also good to know. And probably a good thing, frankly, given how extremely powerful they are. With the dog, that's fine.
What the? I like it.
I'll show you. Awesome.
Again, stylistically, this wouldn't be my... If I were given free reigns to design the visuals of a Double Dragon game, I would certainly love to do it as pixel art, but this is not the style I would go about it. I think this
Welcome to your doom.
is extremely well executed. Just like Streets of Rage 4, I think stylistically isn't exactly my ideal sort of preference. So let's tag him in. But given that the direction they went in, I think it was a well executed version of that, you know. Oh, wrong button. I think I got a special KO on one of them. There's so many like UI elements to try to keep track of here. Okay, let me grab a weapon.
Thank you.
Whoa, okay. Accidentally ran and rolled. Nice, okay, that was the ground control because I hit 3 dudes with one fight. It's kind of stupid, but let's heal up. Grab this.
I'll show you.
Right. Full health back. Okay, that pipe hit me, I guess. Missed everything. Oh, I can grab him, okay.
It's mine now.
Big recovery on the dash makes sense. Dang, you don't use your weapon. Oops, okay. Whoa! Ah, I tried to tag out. That sucks. Okay. Interesting. You take damage pretty quickly. We'll be able to revive him right after this, but I'm a little annoyed. He had a lot of recoverable health. Oh, and of course you can't super joy out of getting hit. Interesting. So there's a lot of little instincts that don't like work. Yeah, I'm trying to like pile them up here.
Thank you.
Just gonna have to do that. It's so weird. Like it makes sense, but like I still have that shield.
I like it.
I had the shield, but then I did a special. Oh, interesting. Can I revive? Oh, and I can switch. Yeah, that's weird. I guess continues only count if you lose both characters. But yeah, it feels a little backwards. It's you know, consistent rule set, but it feels strange that you kind of are made more vulnerable when you use your special.
Thank you.
There we go. Get the special KO. Alright, so that was actually pretty bad. Wait. Okay, we'll see. I probably misread it. It looked like Jimmy was back too. But I don't think he is. We got money to revive, but obviously that's the last thing you would want to spend your money on. Yeah, revive cost goes up. He's just here though. Maybe he was. I don't know. Maybe he's revived when you defeat the boss. Plenty of things to still figure out. Yeah, I think Jimmy's cool, but I feel he's a lot harder to use. Let's see. His movement speed, he is pretty slow. Increases damage. I think that's his uppercut. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of things where I just kind of, my instincts for when I am safe and not don't really map to the actual game mechanics. And there's like a lot of recovery on things, but you have, it's actually a little similar to Marvel Cosmic Invasion in that sense with the tag mechanic, where like if you get hit, you don't super out of it, you like tag out of it to break the opponent's combo, and that just, I kind of forget that the tag mechanics are part of the game, so I just tank a lot of damage. But there's things like that where there's a bunch of things that naturally have very long recovery, but you can like jump cancel or skill cancel or tag cancel, and I don't really have the sort of muscle memory for that yet. Special move cost is obviously pretty good. So I think, if I understand it correctly, you need the full meter to do special moves, but different moves might drain the meter by different amounts. So it sort of means it's like a longer or shorter cooldown. Yeah, this seems pretty good. But now I'm starting to be concerned about money in a different way. I use the forward special moves, but yeah, fuck it. Let's get this one. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Jump over. Yeah, this hard to visualize what benefit this will be, and it's, you kind of don't really want to spend too much money on that. An extra $5 for every special KO means that this will have earned its way back after 100 special KOs. How much is that? That sounds like quite a lot, honestly. Actually, I guess special KO isn't the same as crowd control. Even individual special KOs. I think if you're going to get that, you want it as early as possible. And I guess we're still in the first, like, third of the game, so it's still relatively early. But this would pay its way back eventually. Unless I game over first, of course. Jump attack efficiency. We have one of these. No, wait. This is Billy, right? Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with this one. Please, not my face.
Mission select.
Alright, so let's see the upgraded. Oh, look at that pyramid. I like that the little hill that the castle is built on is also growing. Okay, so now we have totally different mid-bosses here. Because previously, yeah, you can see in the background image, the guy with the pompadour was on the left, and now there's a like ninja guy added. But the ninja boss fight has been removed. And instead, I guess there's like a bot, like the gray faces, I guess, are like just armored or tougher versions of regular enemies, like we had the two fat guys in the previous one. Oh yeah, the ninjas moved over here now. Okay. Let's go to Triangle's junkyard. I guess there were like little bonus challenges that I didn't pay attention. Actually, can we pause and see what those are? Special KO chains. Okay, so the turkey... Oh yeah, that's the other thing with the token stuff, that of course the more money we spend during gameplay on upgrades, the less money gets converted to tokens at the end of the run, which I think is also a fun kind of system. Do I have to get the special KO chain first before I can get the turkey challenge? Or do I have to get to the second section of the level before I can do that? We'll see. So as far as 100 special KOs to recoup the cost of the upgrade, this level is expecting us to get to 99 of them. So maybe that's not too difficult. A little scrap of loose change matters. I do like that this game has the kind of post-apocalyptic feel well represented. See, I don't want to like spend my meter on not getting crowd control, but I do kind of want my special KOs to go up. The meter comes back pretty fucking fast though. Should have done the neutral. Oh well. I guess wait, hang on. Okay, I already got the special KO chain of 5. Okay, so that unlocks the turkey challenge. Turkey is to kill 5 dudes. I think the final hit when you land does a lot of damage in that move. Boy, the scorpions. Yeah, it's kind of similar, again, although I think it's more justified in this game because there are mechanical reasons for it. It's a bit like Cosmic Invasion in that it just keeps throwing these groups of 2-3 enemies. It feels a little empty, especially with these like huge open spaces. Those are the dynamite enemies. Yeah, we got like reskinned versions of the enemies. That's a good like hit reaction. See, it's like they won't put more than 2 enemies to prevent me from getting hot dogs. Okay, hope these guys get a little closer.
That's good. Yeah. Lucky me.
This is just like trying to get the level challenge to like kill 5 enemies with Iron Man special or whatever. Trying to go through the entire level waiting for there to ever be 5 enemies at once. That's exactly what I'm going through now with the turkey thing. Because in order for me to kill 5 enemies with one special, there has to be 5 enemies on screen. And so far, we haven't gotten any of that. All these kind of quiet downtime sections.
Welcome to the Junkyard Pyramid. Let's see if you survive.
I think totally irrespective, by the way, of this sort of kind of maybe connection Double Dragon 3. This is like a pretty cool gang. Like weird junkyard Egyptian mummy gang.
Lucky me.
Like, I don't exactly get it, but it's cool. If I'm waiting for enemies to spawn in, like, I have the meter is gonna refill, yeah. I'll be a little careful with that though, because I'm not invulnerable when I do that move. Oh, okay. Oh, don't walk away. There we go.
Thank you.
Dollar turkey.
Lucky me.
I can try to grab. Fine. Pretty much never used the vertical special. I kind of don't even remember what it is. Oh, that's right. It's a 5K thing. Okay. Turkey opportunity. Dynamite! No! Fuck. Alright. Will do. Oh, it's fine. I guess I need to... Yeah, it's not going to count the special KO. I need to get... Yeah, alright. So I'm expected to get 100 KOs after getting the turkey even. So we can start working on that now. I like the big like explosions and super KOs. Make the like I should have picked up the hot dog first and got the $100. Like all the items go flying and bouncing. Nice touch. guess I'm never using Jimmy, at least. Easier to use.
Thank you.
I'll tag him in if I take damage and need to recover. So far, no real need though. Box on that is pretty great.
That's good.
Oh shit.
That's good.
I keep getting all these hot dogs, so I don't even need to tag in to recover, I guess. But fuck it. Oh,
Awesome.
the extra cash. Alright, special KO, I'll take that. Oh yeah, that's the move that got like powered up. I think I got a little extra blue after image now. I think that's new. I don't think that was there before. Oh right, there's a little barrier there. I can't even go up there. I think. Boss battle. We don't even get a name. These generic guys. But that's to be expected. The way this game is structured kind of doesn't make sense. Like, they would need a lot of boss character if you always had a unique boss character.
My turn.
That was quite generous. Tag out from that, of course. I'm trying to look at like all these different meters while fighting.
Thank you.
What do you get? Completely whipped. Special KO at least. Oh my god, just fucking misses everything. I was like, you don't know which of the bosses has 2 health and which is 26.
It's mine now.
That was. Do I only have to? There's a bounty for special KOing the boss encounter, but now I'm unsure if that's if I need to special KO all 3 of them for it to count, or just the last one. Oh, I guess I got 3 out of 3 special KO. It's just the extra bounty that I don't exactly know how it works. We're making more money than we're spending, though. That's good. Maximum health. Fully recover special gauge when eating food. That seems really fucking good. Fully refill recoverable HP when performing crowd control. That's pretty good, too. I'm gonna go with this one. Health automatically regenerating at below 50. Dragon's Claw. I think I'm getting... Yeah, that's up down. I'm getting these opportunities to upgrade the specials I don't actually use. Refill faster when tagged out. Yeah, so this is the one I got for Billy. Let's get this with Jimmy, too. I guess it doesn't... I thought this would be extremely powerful. And I mean, I guess it is, but... You recover... Your special comes back faster than I would have expected anyway. So you don't have to spend that much time not having meter. But just getting it come back instantly is still incredibly good. So fuck it, let's go with that. Let's not overthink it too much. Let's just keep rolling. Although before we continue rolling, I'm going to take the opportunity here for a quick pause. And take a very short break. I'm going to go stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, probably refill my drink, looks like. And I shall be back in mere moments with more Double Dragon Gaiden. I'm having fun with this so far. Quite enjoyable. And noticing interesting things of note. Let's mute this. And I'll see you guys shortly. I'm back. Freshly hydrated. So let us game audio back. Boom. And resume game.
Let's go.
Let's go. Nice of them to replenish these piles of tires for us to destroy and
That's good.
harvest some delicious steaming fresh hot dogs. Out of curiosity, okay, yeah, so basically in that final encounter, or yeah, whatever last section of the first part of this stage, we got 34 special KOs. So getting up to that 100 number to earn back the money spent on that upgrade is going to be pretty trivial. It's going to be a matter of time. Kind of weird little spotlight. Interesting effect. I'm curious. I was going to say this before. I think I forgot, but the music in this stage. I'm curious if it's got President in old Double Dragon games, because it's not immediately recognizable. Oh, nice! I got that last guy. Walked into range. I don't. Man, I gotta find all these hidden burgers in the dark here before we leave this area. I can't think of many other examples of beat 'em ups having these kinds of like dark areas with limited visibility. Projected shadows looking a little strange on these non-flat surfaces at times, but yeah, like the shadows being projected onto the wall. Boy. So this section would not have been, we would not have played this section if we played this level first. So we get these more perilous trap areas and whatever. Kind of like walking around though. Like the... Oh boy. The density... The gameplay density of this, I think, is a little lacking. Like, it's where the kind of lack of arcade sensibility shows most clearly. On kind of both a micro and macro scale, I think, where within encounters themselves, like, you have this kind of occasionally plodding pace, which I'm not necessarily against. It's not a big problem per se, but three at least. Oh, getting out of it. Let's replenish with the hot dog. But like a simple way of phrasing it, I guess, would be that like you can look at it as a matter of whether the player or the game is like setting the pace. And I think in most arcade games, the player rarely gets to set the pace themselves, or at least if you do, it's like a reward for mastery of like having the luxury of being able to exert your will on the game in that way.
More from me.
Whereas otherwise it's like the game is pushing back against you and pushing you forward through a lot of the different ways, not just strictly with like, oh, there's a time limit and you have to advance, but like through the mechanics themselves and through enemy behavior and through the pacing of like once you finish an area, the game will just like, there's momentum to the flow of the game. The game itself is going to not just preserve but actively, you know, assert basically. And of course, you know, not having the game do that is, in a manner of speaking, a matter of convenience. Like, you get to do things at your own pace, on your own terms. Like, that's comfortable. But I also think it would be a mistake. Oh, man, it's such a delay before that last hit. I still got the hot dog for it. Nice. It would be a mistake to conflate that sort of inconvenience for a problem. Like, of course, a game is going to inconvenience you at times. If it never did, there would be no friction, there would be no challenge, there would be no game, really. I think it's pretty common, a lot of modern game design to, like, and I don't think it's a bad thing per se, but going back to what I was saying before about throwing babies out with bathwater, like, it's... I can think of many examples where the pursuit of, like, convenience or quote-unquote quality of life happens, like, in certain types of games. Nice. Doing that is sort of inherently at the expense of something that's inherent to the type of game it is. A little burger for that, at least. And I think with beat 'em ups, to me, like, they're not, you know, required to have, like, very convoluted mechanics with a ton of different moves or whatever it might be. Some of the best games are extremely simple in the player's vocabulary, but that doesn't mean the games are easy. It also doesn't mean that they don't have depth. A game like Final Fight is, like, extremely complicated to get really good at. Even though it's got 2 buttons and a pretty small moveset, and some of the moves you might not even really use much, the game is so much about positioning yourself to avoid bad situations. And the game is, like, exerting a lot of pressure on the player. It's pretty weird. In creating those situations. Whenever I got special KO for the spikes, man, it's so hard to visually get your bearing here. So, like, a game like Final Fight or certain Double Dragons or, you know, really good arcade beat 'em ups create all these high pressure situations. Ugh, big waste. Well, we got a special KO out of it anyway. I don't. Oh. That's the way I could tag out there. Nice. Got a big turkey out of that. What you get for a big powered up special move, I suppose. I guess that's an anti. Like, I don't know how to use that move.
Awesome.
Oh, $100. What's so crazy? Best beat 'em ups are not mechanically rich. There's so many moves, but how there's so much more nuance to how the different tools work. Yeah. This is a great example here, by the way, of the game not applying pressure. I can just hang out and wait for my health to recover. And that's not a beat 'em up thing or an arcade thing strictly, whether that's, like, good or bad or how the game allows you to do that.
Awesome.
I'm thinking of like in Adamantium Rage, the Wolverine game, that has a mechanic of your health slowly recovering, which incentivizes, like, just standing still for, like, 4 minutes at a time to get your health back, because otherwise you just get killed, which just incentivizes a playstyle that's really not fun. And I think you can get that in a less extreme version when the enemies aren't like aggressive enough, when the game isn't exerting that pressure on the player, but leaves it up to the player to push things forward. Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons why new beat-em-ups are not great.
Let's get serious.
But I think in simple terms, a lot of that comes down to a lack of like arcade sensibilities. I was gonna say I'm gonna get hit out of that for sure. Oh, okay. Try to walk up my D-pad. Didn't cooperate. Oh, okay. I want to like do something to combo into a tag. I got that at least. I didn't mean to pick that up. I got the hot dog before I got hit out of my special.
Awesome.
The boss UI is taking up a little bit too much of precious real estate there. Like, so much of the action happening so close to the bottom of the screen is a problem when it's covered up that much. Oh, the weapons attack's so slow. Okay, I got a special KO on him. Get a burger. I can't even identify which guys are the boss enemies. This guy, I guess. I got one of them. This guy? Okay, cool. Okay, that guy's just going flying. I guess you probably get your health back in between sections. Oh, that's cool. I wanted to tag in Billy and eat the burger with him, but yeah, they calculate your health. But yeah, like beat 'em ups certainly have a reputation for being simplistic games, and I think a lot of people completely misattribute or like misunderstand really fundamentally where the depth in those games come from. And it's agreed, it shouldn't come from the depth, the complexity, the convolutedness, the size of the vocabulary of the player. Because if the depth and challenge of the decision making comes from trying to keep track of your large move set and understanding which move to use in which situation, like, that's not an element that I think is inherently bad, but I think it's a problem if that is the extent of where the depth comes from. I don't think a game like Ninja Gaiden or Bayonetta or whatever is bad because they have big movesets. They're different types of games, really. But I think those games, at least when they are good, or at the very least when they provide a similar kind of challenge, which most of those games kind of don't really, not the same kind of challenge necessarily. I think the Ninja Gaiden games are maybe the closest in terms of really exerting that pressure on the player in a lot of ways. And I say that as someone who's not really an expert on any of them, but that's my impression anyway, from what I've heard and gathered from people who are more experienced and knowledgeable than myself. But either way, the core of what makes the combat in Final Fight really, really good is also present in good games that have a lot of shit added on top of them. And I think a lot of people, understandably, because the large move set is easier to understand at a glance, than the depth of the nuances of Final Fight. But like you look at a game that has like 50,000 moves, and you think, oh, that's deep because I can do a lot of different things. And Final Fight is not deep because I can just punch and jump and walk, and that's it. But again, I think not only is that like a false assumption, it's just an incorrect analysis. I think a big problem is like with the dismissal of arcade games and arcade game design comes a sort of, again, throwing the baby out with the bathwater is the best analogy I can think of, really, because you look at an old thing, you think, this is old, this is boring, this is slow, this is bad, let's not do that. And then you like ignore all the things about that like, even if you are... Let's take Absalom for an example. Like, Absalom is a game that's not attempting to make a Final Fight or an arcade-style beat-em-up. It's clearly going for something different. I think that game has, like, a good feel to its buttons and whatever, but there's still a lot of things I don't really like about that game, or things I wish had been done differently. And I think there are some things, like, yeah, structurally, it's going for something different. So maybe the structure of an arcade game, there's not much there you can look at and say, oh, if they had only copied this more closely, Absalom would have been more successful at what it is trying to do. But there are things on a micro level, and maybe Absalom isn't the best example of that because it does actually feel pretty good, but there's a lot of games, like even this one, for example, the pacing of the enemy encounters, like I feel like this game, there's a lot of moment-to-moment bits of the combat that I think are fun, but I feel, granted, I'm stopping to chat, but like, you know, I've been playing this game for, I don't know, an hour or two, and I'm like halfway through it. I feel like if this game had runs that lasted for 25 to 40 minutes, or, you know, 5 to 20 minutes even, like it could have been super intense and fun and cool, but the pacing of it, because they don't have that, like, probably on either the developer or most of the target audience side, there isn't that desire or like eagerness to like really push for that arcade sort of pacing, that immediacy, and that like just instant constant action. The entire experience gets sort of dragged out and slowed down. Even if the moment-to-moment combat is exciting, the density of how much of it there is versus how much downtime there is creates a different kind of experience. Yeah, like with Ninja Gaiden specifically, my understanding as someone who has played those games but is by no means very good at them or have a deep understanding of them, but from what I've understood based on explanations of its combat mechanics and strategies and stuff, like many modern action games, like there's an expectation on the part of many players that you're supposed to have, like, it's quote-unquote good design to give the player the ability to invincibly dodge out of anything or parry out of anything and have these like extremely strong defensive mechanics. There's a perception, I think, of the player being put in a checkmate position where they are defenseless is seen as a failure of design. And like it's unfair, and I don't enjoy being put in this spot, so the game shouldn't ever put me in this spot. Whereas arcade games, well-designed ones anyway, like that's not a problem or fault of the game, but more as a player. Like the journey of mastery of these games is in part a journey of learning to recognize what those checkmate scenarios are and how you can learn to avoid being put in them. And like the skill is in, like, because you don't get that get out of jail free card, you want to learn to recognize what you're supposed to do to avoid being in that position in the first place. It's like when people explain like defense in Marvel vs. Capcom, and it's like, how do I defend against this situation? It's like, well, the defense is to avoid being put in that situation in the first place, because once you're there, you just have to take it. That's like, there's no escape. You have to survive this mix-up. And that's, I think, a thing that separates a game like Ninja Gaiden from Bayonetta. Like, there's no witch time in Ninja Gaiden. You don't get to cancel anything or everything. into these like invincible slowdown dodges or whatever. And I mean, I think that specifically is a big problem with a lot of modern 2D beat 'em ups, where there's this expectation of having a dodge roll and a parry and like all these defensive mechanics that are kind of designed to kind of appease players who feel like they should never be put in a checkmate. And of course, being put in a checkmate feels bad, but if the game is never allowed to make the player feel bad, then you're eliminating a lot of the space for the game to be compelling, quite frankly, because you reduce the kind of and degree of challenge that the game is allowed to present to the player for them to overcome and to master. And that's the thing, like, you can have an extremely simple setup, and in a way, I think there's like an elegance to having the game not be as overly complex in terms of the number of mechanics or number of abilities on the player, to create a situation in which you can actually learn to recognize these like checkmate scenarios and when things are like, you know, Final Fight is still a difficult game to learn, and I think the core of its mechanics would kind of be more obfuscated if there's more stuff going on. But like just having a couple of different enemy types on screen at once, like that creates a huge amount of depth, and that's why I think it's kind of frustrating when these other games don't use that same very core design tool of like putting multiple different types of enemies on screen at once for the player to deal with, or like just crowds. Even if it's like, I feel like in a typical beat 'em up design, I would expect any one enemy type, if you're facing them in a one-on-one scenario, they should be pretty easy to deal with, and the challenge comes from having groups of enemies where you have to juggle multiple decision-making trees at once, and you have to prioritize who to take out first, and these kind of emergent synergies that show up in the enemy behaviors that are probably not even really deliberately designed, but just happen when you layer them on top of each other. I want to make it clear that I have no issue with games being easy or not providing a challenge. I think it's entirely up to what kind of game it is. But I think arcade-style action games, I feel like the general criticisms that a lot of people have against arcade action games or beat-em-ups, it's this weird sort of self-fulfilling prophecy almost of like, people have this idea of them being really boring and repetitive, and I do think for sure that there's a lot of like beat-em-ups being made by people who don't understand the genre super well, designed to appeal to people who don't understand the genre very well. So you get these kind of watered down experiences that are, you know, they might have depth in terms of they use a lot of buttons and have a lot of moves or whatever, or 15 characters, but they're not that exciting, and, you know, there's no stakes to it, and you end up with this kind of tedious, brainless slog that the detractors of the genre would accuse the arcade games of being. It's this weird kind of backward situation. The thing is, I have no problem with simple games. I have no problem with relaxing games that don't have a lot of challenge, but I think different types of games lend themselves to different types of experiences. I think beat-em-ups as a, like, I don't want to say that they're bad or without value, but like a beat 'em up that you just sort of coast your way through and push buttons as like a sightseeing experience can be fun. But even that, like, I don't want that to last for too long, because it does get repetitive. If you don't have to use your brain and sort of concern yourself with the challenge of staying alive or whatever, like, when there aren't any stakes, it's very easy to turn your brain off, and at that point it does kind of get pretty repetitive a lot of the time. So I think this is a type of game where when you have that high level of challenge, like I don't consider myself particularly skilled in any type of game. I'm not great at arcade games. I'm not great at beat 'em ups. But I think the design of them lends themselves to that style of game. I can admire from a kind of theoretical standpoint, games that are designed around mechanical mastery and learning the games. I think the journey of learning a simple game to get good at it, you know, just like learning to play an instrument or whatever, like that's compelling to me. And it's compelling to watch people who have developed that skill. And I think some games, the inherent appeal of a certain game concept or structure or format can work better or worse for different types of gameplay experiences. And with beat 'em ups in particular, I think it's so rare in the last 20 years that we get even one of these games that is built like they used to be in the kind of arcade days. But I just miss that. I'm fine with there being Absaloms and River City Girls, but I don't think they're a replacement for actual proper like arcade beat 'em ups, which is the branch of the genre that I'm personally fond of. Am I making a beat 'em up game at my job? I do not have a job currently. I'm unemployed, but I am sort of working on a beat 'em up game. Not a lot of details on that just yet, but I've tinkered with like design stuff for many years. There are some movements happening on making that a real thing, but nothing really to announce at this point. Anyway, maybe we should play some video games. Run attack, health autogen, cover health without tagging. I don't know if I should get that, then I'll just tag even less. Hardened body. I already have the hardened body at this. So there's not a lot of super appealing upgrades for Billy here. Improves Dragon's Rage and increases its damage. I guess improves is very ambiguous here, but maybe it's faster. He has a big delay. I do kind of want this. But let's see. KO chain above 8 chains. I don't know if that's on screen. There's so much UI to take in. But yeah, let's upgrade that side special. 14k. So survival cost is, or revive cost I should say, not as big of a concern now that I have more cash, but still. Yeah, no worries, Coleman. I was let go last year, but I worked for a long time at a company that we did like game-related stuff. We didn't do games that much, but we did a lot of mobile development for different kind of apps and projects for a lot of different clients. And usually there was like a game element to it. I also used to teach at a game development school. So I have a long background in like game development adjacent things. I worked at Ubisoft for about a year 100 years ago. But primarily as an artist. Do we want any of these? Do we just save? Yeah, fuck it, let's... Although this is super good if your other character dies. Because if you only have one character, you can't tag out to regain health. So this is actually super good for that. So let's get just 500. Alright, so we still got the Arc Chambers. definitely interesting. Like I said, I can't recall seeing this gimmick in any other beat 'em up, really. Again, it kind of makes more sense when you have these bigger areas. Well, I didn't quite mean to do that, but it works. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Okay. Like a weirdly long input buffer that I wasn't ready for. Just trying to map out the room here. Oh, kind of accidentally tapped the special button. I got hit right out of the startup. That was weird. I hit all of them with the special, but I didn't get the special KO credit. But the two dogs just lay down and then sat there for a while, and then it's a special KO. It's a little strange. Okay, doors are closed. Are we done here? Is there another exit? Oh, there's an exit right there. Whoa! I'm like falling. Like, my movement speed is too great. I bet if I pick Jimmy, he can just walk. Nope. Okay. I thought he walked slower, so he would fall. He wouldn't fall, but no. Here. I guess we can use Jimmy for a while.
More from me. It's mine now. More from me. More from me.
Okay. More from me. The way it like bounces, that's a little strange. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of spikes, but I bet those, yeah. So I bet those are gonna get electrified. Whoa, that guy by the, okay. Ah, don't spread out. Fuck it. Ah, don't land on the electricity. Got two of them at least. Alright, I keep forgetting there's a double jump also. Not sure if you can grab them after they're dead. I want to say you can do that. I think I did it before, but whenever I try to do it deliberately, I never seem to be able to.
My turn.
I also keep trying to like cancel single attacks into special, and it's not coming out as I expect. Oh, okay. Well, checks out. Out of the meter. Okay, that's a turkey.
I like it.
I like it. Nope. Wait, did I? Oh, that's interesting. The running kick. Get $100.
Like it.
The running jump kick, it's OTG, and I can actually use that to launch dead enemies off the floor. Which means I can pick them up
I like it.
to get... Like, I think I can do that and then do a special to get a special KO.
I like it.
It's quite good. I wonder if that's universal. Try to keep it in mind. Camera can't keep up either. Okay. Electricity and spikes. Shouldn't have done that move. Use this a lot. Well, okay.
Right, so you can do the neutral one in the air also. Interesting. You can probably do all of them in the air, actually. Sometimes you keep running when I don't expect you to. Weirdly unaggressive enemies come in many forms, but I've seen a lot of games where enemies just weirdly back off. You have to like wait around for them. It's definitely a bit weird. Oh, that's cool. I juggled them into the spikes and got a special KO. I do appreciate that the environmental kills give special KO. Because I feel like it's quite possible for them to, like... Okay, so I guess I didn't get the special... I'm not sure how this works. As far as, like, getting the KO and picking them up off the floor and then doing a special... should work, based on my understanding of the special KO system, but I'm not entirely sure. See, there's, like, no even indication that the door is open and the room is done. Very strange. I've heard different takes on the kind of the impact of 16:9. Of course, the canvas that's visible on screen has an impact on any game, but quite frankly, I think it's like a boss room. I think it's a little bit of a misattribution, because obviously if you have a bigger field that the characters can move around in, yeah, it affects a lot. But the reason why I think it's like a little bit of a misguided thing is simply because, let me get some food if I can. Oh. Is because ultimately the space is just, you know, it's just a matter of my controls are reversed. When has that ever been a fun thing in a game? No. That sucked. I don't want to save that burger.
Lightning strike.
I look extremely badly timed. I pressed the tag button, but it didn't work. Now I desperately need to grab that burger.
Awesome.
Good thing I saved it at least. Fucking hell, the hitbox on that thing is absurd. That's the nice at least. I've been too lucky to have a burger in there, I guess.
Be gone. Slow.
Like I... First controls.
Be gone.
Oh, unreversed. Fuck, the size of that hitbox. Okay, so they're both revived. Okay, I thought revive was for one character. Well, I can't dodge out of that. Just run? Oh! My controls are reversed! They're unreversed. Like, reversing controls just always awful. No exceptions. Like, yes, I recently made the argument for inconveniencing players. I stand by that. But overcoming reverse controls is, in my opinion, never a fun or interesting challenge to overcome.
Be gone.
He still fucking died. Oh my god, the controls unreversed as I did the special, so it went the wrong way. Okay, okay.
Be gone.
We got this like armored boss. Okay. I spent all that meter. Of course, we get the enemies that I could get some food from. It's like if I'm if whenever I'm on the lower third of the screen, I can't like see what I'm doing because the boss life bar is in the way. Got stuck for some reason. So now it's summoning all these scorpions that I can farm for hot dogs. Didn't do that before.
Lightning strike.
I like it.
Be gone.
Big dragon.
Oh, that sucked.
Soaring dragon. Take this.
So many hot dogs. Grab the scorpions, I guess.
Lucky me. Thank you.
Gone.
Tank that. I get. Oh my god. Wrong button. My health.
Thank you. Soaring dragon.
Lightning strike.
Okay, I do need full meter to tag out. I didn't think I did in neutral. Of course, I tag out and he's still on screen, so he's still vulnerable, so he still dies. The fucking hitboxes are insane! Oh my god, what an insanely annoying fight. That's the thing, like, you spend the entire game with, like, full health, full super, and then you end up in a weird spot and you lose, like, 3 lives. Huh. Anyway. Sorry, I got so sidetracked by having to deal with that fight. About the screen real estate thing, like, 16:9 is not inherently more, like, space than 4:3. Because the framing, there's no inherent size or scale or framing of any game, right? That's like up to the creators of how they frame the screen. So in terms of the space you have, it's all about the relative size, the relative area of the floor that you can walk on versus the relative size of characters on screen. And if we take a game like Final Fight as an example, you could take any area, any screen from that game, and you could turn it from 4:3 into 16:9 by expanding the playfield, making it wider, giving you more space, or you could just truncate it vertically and achieve the same effect, right? And presuming that you would truncate the part of the background that you don't actually interact with, you could easily have a 16:9 version of Final Fight that has the exact same amount of space to move on and the exact same size characters, not necessarily relative to the full screen real estate, but the relative size of characters to the space that they can move in. So every character takes up the same amount of space, the same amount of the maneuverable area, whether it's, you know, whatever the screen aspect ratio. I think many modern games do give you a lot of space. They do have relatively small characters and relative, like if you compare it to something like Final Fight. But I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to say that it's because of the aspect ratio. I think there's certainly a what's the word? What's the expression about causation and correlation? There's a correlation, but I don't think there's a causation. Because pretty much 90% of games released in the last 20-something years would have been designed for 16:9. That overlaps with modern beat-em-ups, maybe not putting as much emphasis on space control and being pressured by enemies in large groups in tight areas. But you're gonna go back to the arcade days, right? Because even Capcom, I don't think they ever made a game with as big characters as Final Fight. I think pretty much the first things to come out after Final Fight from Capcom in terms of beat-em-ups were Tenshio Crowd 2 and Captain Commando, and both of those games have much smaller characters. And they did a bunch of games that had like 3 or 4 player support. But you look at pretty much anything, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Knights of the Round, certainly Battle Circuit has like the same relatively tiny characters as Captain Commando. To a degree, most of those games also give you a lot more mobility. So the relative ratio, because that's the other thing, right? The ratio of area you can move around in, the size of each actor in that space, but also each of theirs ability to their mobility, you know, their ability to move around in that space. This Final Fight, you can only, you know, you can walk, you can jump, you can back jump, which is the fastest form of movement, but you don't have any dashes or rolls or running or whatever. Whereas in Captain Commando, I think you can run. And in, I think there's, like, some of the later Capcom beat-em-ups, like AVP and Battle Circuit, they have more of that, like, hectic, frantic, big crowds and running and jumping and comboing and stuff. But, you know, like, the Punisher is a little more reserved in that regard. Like, you do have the roll, which is kind of insane. But even that, the characters in that game are smaller than Final Fight. Yeah, X-Men, you know, if we look outside the Capcom realm, with the 2 screens, like, there's a gigantic space, which, sure, 6 players on one screen might maybe get a little too crowded, but even when you have that many characters, the relative size of each character on that space is, like, very different. Growl has, like, huge crowds, but relatively tiny characters. You have, maybe the craziest example I can think of, Brute Force from Leland. It's not a good game, it's very strange, but the characters are, like, tiny, and they walk around this it's almost like, not top down, but it's much less of a side view than most beat-em-ups, and that game, in fact, does have, like, 8-way combat. It's a little strange. But yeah, that's the thing, like, it's not a matter of 4x3 imposing one circumstance and 16:9 imposing another. I mean, that is true in a different way. But you're not beholden. Like, there might be sort of visual consequences, so to speak, in terms of, like, if we imagine a 16:9 cropped version of Final Fight, you're not losing much information by cutting off the top, you know, quarter of the screen or something. But there would be more situations where enemies and even player characters are off-screen or close to off-screen when jumping or doing things. Like the Rolento boss fight might be a little different. Even if you're not technically losing information, or losing a very small amount of it, If you're used to the original, I'm sure it would feel pretty different. So I'm not saying it has no effect. I think certainly there is a tendency, there's something easier and more comfortable perhaps to like making a play field that is relatively like, it's easier to err on the side of having a larger kind of open play space in 16:9 than in 4:3, I suppose, because there's maybe a limit to how like comfortably you want to cut off the top of the screen. So there's not, there's something to that, sure. But I guess my point is more that I don't think it's impossible to create something that I don't think it has to feel too open and too free, and like, I think you can have a 16:9 beat 'em up that still feels pretty oppressive in terms of being caged in by enemies, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Alright, this one I pretty much never use. I don't know how to use it effectively, so I'm not too tempted by that. Oh, don't get me wrong, Chocolate Deluxe, like, I think the framing of the screen and what's visible on screen and not has huge implications. So 16:9 versus 4:3 is a huge, like, that's not something you just... I mean, for 2D games, obviously, if you have like a first-person perspective, it's a bit of a different story. But like adding 16:9 support or ultra-wide support to a 2D game, you can't just do that without very carefully like making sure that it doesn't impact the game, or at least be, accept that it will have a weird impact on the game. So I'm not disputing that for sure. I just mean that in isolation, in a vacuum, the actual gameplay impact on like the space that you can move around in and then the enemies can move around in and whatever isn't at its core decided by the aspect ratio of the screen, but it's its own set of design choices that exist independently of the aspect ratio, even if the choice of aspect ratio can have input on that, or like, can affect what feels comfortable and what's intuitive from a design point of view. So this is good, but I at least already get blue health back with Billy when Jimmy is dead. Health by 15 is pretty good. Let's see what we can get here. Damage increase. All enemies. Health below 20 feels like if you're that low on health, you're already dead basically. Cheaper upgrade, but let's get regular combo damage increase. We're gonna mostly be playing as Billy, so he can be more survivable. Having more max health gives that like auto regeneration maybe more value as well. Like my lord has abandoned me. Meanwhile. Sir, that's correct. Only one gang left. It's time. Tell our men to get ready. New mayor. Is he planning something in secret? Where? Alright, so now in the enemy or the gang screen, we see the big buff guy who I don't think was there before, and there's like the flying drone with a gun on the top left. It's kind of cool though, how you get sort of a preview of the enemies and how that changes when each gang sort of levels up. I think that's a fun kind of mechanic. Right, so the first challenge of getting 5 crowd controls, that should be pretty simple. 50 hits combo. Well, whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think it ties back what I was saying before about like arcade game design and abandoning certain things and like not. I thought those would be funny. I guess not. Sort of assuming. I wanted to grab. Well, I guess we got money. You know, having this sort of perhaps somewhat uninformed view. Oh, I get after images on my combo now because they're upgraded. Interesting. There's kind of an assumption perhaps of you know, this old obsolete style of game is like this. But that's old and bad and I don't like it, so instead oh shit, I got whatever. I wanted to see if I could get this special kill. It didn't quite work out, and now I can't tag instead, but
My turn.
whoa.
That's good. That's good.
Accidental running is a thing. But yeah, like with that kind of maybe premature dismissal, I think quite frequently comes, you know, there is kind of an ignorance or illiteracy to what it is you are choosing to, you know, to recreate, what you're choosing to implement and what you're choosing not to. So, like, you know, including or excluding elements of, you know, conventional elements of a certain genre or what have you. I think is, happens quite frequently. What's the challenge again? Oh, 50 hit combo. I gotta be a little more on the aggressive side to get that, I suppose. I'm not sure if attacking dead enemies maybe does not get added to the combo counter the same way. I'm just only looking at my combo, which I guess didn't actually break when I got hit. They don't screen for a hot minute at least. For that to come out. All right, we got 50 combo, but I need to get that multiple. No, okay. Special. So special KO chain, I assume, means
More from me. Awesome.
killing that many people in a row using specials, not getting non-special KO to break it. Start by throwing a weapon. Oh, that section was pretty short. All right, so this is Sonny, right? He was an added character. He's the third playable character in Double Dragon 3, sort of. Anyway, a bit different depending on region. That does not combo very well. I didn't. Okay, my finger slipped. That's fine. Yeah, your partner character isn't saved until they're actually tagged out. Oh! My armor eating up all those hits, but I'm still taking damage.
I like it.
Oh, I'm trying to turn around.
Champion of the good.
Yeah, I think. Oh, I meant to throw the knife.
Dragon Master.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Awesome.
Fuck, he's like, keep dodging away from my specials. Jesus Christ. Of course, I hit everyone except the boss. Trying to get the special KO. There we go, I at least hit him.
It's mine now.
It's a little awkward where like there's such an emphasis on setting up the crowd control. But it makes other things weirdly awkward. Vamar's defeated. Pretty good. Boost cost. Okay, I use this special a lot, so that's actually really useful. Run attack. Oh, I think I got this one with Billy. Clearly, Billy is like my stronger character. I do much better with him. Is there anything of these that are actually going to help me do better with Jimmy? Run attack? I don't know. Double damage, I guess, but I'm not even sure what his running attack is. I think it's his, like the step elbow. Yeah, fuck it. I guess we can try. It's like, it's kind of learning how the game works anyway. So I get to see how that might. Oh, that's
Awesome.
yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize you could break the desk. That's fine. Kind of strange that, like, I mean, I like in a way that the like the sort of narrative, visual narrative connection here of these areas. But it's a little peculiar to like start off this level with this like room. Oh, it's electric. I thought it was something shimmering. Again, speaking of the like the density of gameplay and action, like there's no forward momentum, just like, oh, you know, walk forward at your leisure and eventually you get falling rocks. Work on our special KO combo. That's good, we can hit the lanterns.
It's mine now.
Attack's very slow. Oh, that doesn't count as a special KO. That sucks. I tried to grab the sword. Seven chains. I just realized it is on screen.
Awesome.
Blowing things down here. Try to get that challenge. I think there's no like go sign. I mean, that's not a typical Double Dragon thing necessarily, but again, just a complete lack of momentum and like pushing forward enacted by the game. I knew that would happen. Okay. Freak intact. Wait. Oh, there's a timer on it too. So unless it reset when I left the area, but probably reset because I took too long. Oh, there is. I see. There's a draining timer in it. Oh, okay. So probably getting a normal KO doesn't reset that. Probably. Sure how that works, but it's going to be a lot easier when there's bigger crowds of enemies. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's double jump. But again, like, it's always just one or two enemies, so I never get to do a crowd control to get my super back faster. Strange. Yeah, this is... I guess I can see why they made that challenge, because it's pretty difficult to set it up. Like, I'm not terribly opposed to having some amount of platforming. That's definitely part of the Double Dragon DNA historically. But again, it contributes this, like, weird... Like, allowing to scroll the screen backwards. Like, that's not a thing that was necessarily a technical limitation of old games. You know, there's, like... There was no purpose to letting the player backtrack. But here, the fact that I can, like, it's just... I don't know, it's part of a big pile of different elements that all contribute to a general kind of slowing things down and kind of lowering the pace and density.
Awesome.
I guess I should recover that health.
That's good.
Oh boy, this is annoying. There was a pit.
My turn.
Weird, there's like, again, some kind of strange recovery thing going on where I get where, like, during the recovery of a normal attack, you can't... I don't know, the window for when you're allowed to cancel and not, or like into special, is pretty mysterious. Okay. My special chain is draining.
More from me.
I think 12 is pretty tricky. But I think this area is especially difficult because, yep, now the chain is just draining while there's no one for me to fight. Whoa, okay, I almost fell down.
More from me.
Oh, accidental crowd control.
It's mine now.
Whips. Oh, and the chain just ran out. Ah, probably. Oh, that was awkward. Point collecting satisfying. Okay.
It's mine now.
See, now the chain thing doesn't like drain visibly; it just disappears. Weird. Like, so there's like the blue coloring in the word chains.
Turn.
Not to grab that burger with him. Well, there's another one for me.
Lucky me. Thank you. That's good. Take this.
Once, okay. Good work. Okay. Nice.
That's good.
These things are hard to hit.
Take this.
Oh, of course. Fuck, these guys are annoying. They just like they never hit me, but they just run away.
That's good.
That's awkward to hit.
I like it.
Connect. Okay, I do special chaos there. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, there's a vast illiteracy when it comes to arcade games. Try to throw it to the right. But not least, beat 'em ups. Like beat 'em up, I think has like a really big gap of sort of people who kind of claim to enjoy them versus like how much they actually understand. Do that. Again, it's interesting. You get to keep the weapon. Fucking down already.
It's mine now.
Yeah, nice. Pretty good against these guys, I guess. Drones. Can I get some meter back? Nice. Let him recover some health anyway.
I like it.
Not work very well at all. You know what? I'm just gonna grab this turkey.
Thank you. Take this.
Yeah, that did not do enough damage. Try and grab the weapon.
Good.
Got him. I think beat 'em up's in a weird place where, like,
I like it.
people who don't really get the genre make games for people who don't really get the genre. And there's this weird kind of feedback loop of, like, there's this feeling, I think, of certain aspects of design being more palatable or more appealing to modern audiences. But I would contend that there isn't really a good... There's no frame of reference, there's no point of comparison to say that for a fact. Like, I think there are such few modern beat-em-ups that have those arcade sensibilities, even if we're not talking about the challenge aspect, just that, like, pace and immediacy. There are more games coming out nowadays that are sort of attempted to be structured like an arcade game, that don't have this, like, world map or quest 8-hour campaign or whatever, but might still be like 2 to 4 hours long, so they just get really grindy and tedious instead. Which, you know, there were console beat 'em ups like that back in the day too. But as far as games that like actually feel like arcade games, there's like Final Vendetta, there's Fight and Rage. That's like kind of almost it. Streets of Rage 4 gets close in some ways, but not in others. So, there isn't... I don't think it would be fair to say, oh, look at the success of Absalom, look at the success of Scott Pilgrim, look at the success of this game or whatever, and say, you know, this proves that beat-em-ups should be 8 hours long and should have slow pace and should have never more than 2 enemies on screen or whatever it is. Because there's no counterpoint. There's no... Like, I can look at Fight and Rage and say, but this is so much more exciting, it's so much better, it's so much more fun. But they're not the same kinds of games, because that doesn't have... You know, it's a largely solo-developed game, doesn't have the backing of a big publisher or IP. That's the thing, there's no examples to prove things one way or the other. And then on top of that, so many of them are, in my opinion, like pretty middling. Like the Power Rangers game was really kind of bland. Why don't they ever try to copy the Konami style? I think a lot of people are trying to do that, but I don't think those games were great either. I don't like the feel of those games, for the most part. There's exceptions, but like... The big thing for me is like so many modern beat-em-ups just are poorly paced and don't have that level of immediate excitement and immediate, like, oh my god, this feels so satisfying and fun and good. I think pretty much every modern beat-em-up could stand to look much closer at just about any quality arcade beat-em-up. I mean, even when I say that I don't like games like TMNT or X-Men or Simpsons all that much, most modern beat-em-ups could still learn some things from those games and improve, I would say. But, you know, I'm trying to do my job, or my part in it, you know, educating myself and others best I can. SPKO change above 8 chains, damage increases by 50%. I much never used that one. Let's try this one, I guess. Fuck it, why not? Pump attack. More health. Huh? But I mean, I won't hesitate to critique and point out shortcomings that I observe. But at the same time, I don't want to have like a negative defeatist attitude about it. I would prefer to try to be the change that I want to see in the world. That's the wrong special. That's pretty good. The Bardic Broadcast, greetings. I got a special KO over there, please. The spikes. Ah. Why did I try to do that? That was a bad idea. I guess I have to walk close here to trigger the proximity spears. I'm about to die. Oh. Grab that! That was a very bad idea. Would have been observant to the fact that the hot dog fucking spawn on top of the spikes. Black traps, of course. Double Dragon tradition as well. Hey, nice. You have Z-axis air control. It's helpful. Oh, you can't run up or down. No. That was bad. Okay, cool. There's a big recovery on that attack. Really accounting for. Did I get a special KO for attacking the box? See? Yeah, trying to do, like, sort of stun them with a jab. And then do a special is, like, weirdly difficult.
It's mine now.
Sword. Yeah, like, very strange. It feels like it should be able to, like, I don't know if it's specifically like the first attack in your string, but if I do a single jab, I feel like there's a big delay before I can do the special. But if I'm like wailing on someone, I feel like it can sort of interrupt whatever I'm doing with a special kind of whenever. Like, see that, the shoulder check, I could easily cancel into it. It's pretty awkward to like be landing close to these spears.
Awesome. Awesome.
Oh man, that startup like 4 seconds long. Oh, it broke, so I got this like broken stick.
Turn. That's good.
Setting up crowd control is pretty difficult when there aren't any crowds. These guys won't attack me at the same time. They do the shit like that.
That's good.
Oh my god.
I like it.
I think the coins give meter. I'm not sure how the special meter works. Fucking hell. Dude, oh my. Oh, he still died.
That's good.
Yeah, the whole sort of balance of when you can and cannot get food
Thank you.
based on like the enemy, like that's the thing, like the weirdly most dangerous thing the game can do to you is to like give you constant waves of 2 enemies at a time, because then you can't crowd control for food recovery. I know the boss fight is coming up here. There's such a recovery at the end of running too.
I like it.
Oh, food here, I guess. I'm not sure if there's going to be food like in the boss arena, but at this point, seems far from guaranteed that I'll even make it up there. Pretty cool sequence, but I didn't mean to run.
Thank you. Yeah. I like it. That's good.
Lucky. Hot dog did not amount to all that much, but hey. Ah! Try to pick up the hammer. Less damage than I would have expected. Again, so much like recovery on everything. Game finds new ways of being weirdly annoying. Ah! Funny, I do want the double tap to run enabled because I want to be able to do it on command, and I never like think or remember to use the run button. But I can see why they would have an option to disable it, and even why it would be disabled by default, because it is surprisingly easy to do by mistake. By the way, the inputs work in this game. Oh, that was a bad time to use that. Grab this guy? Nope. No, I'm dead. Okay. Well, I wasn't really expecting to make it through the remainder of the level and the boss fight. I didn't realize there was this much left before even getting to the boss, though. Yeah, I wouldn't say that there's like an overwhelming abundance of cartoon-style Double Dragon games. I think, if anything, like there is a distinct lack of visual consistency, and I don't mean that in a critical way. I think it's, as I've said many times before, it's one of the most interesting and intriguing aspects of the Double Dragon brand that so many hands have
Lucky me.
been on it over the decades, each with their different interpretations. And I mean, even Technos themselves made quite a few different Double Dragon games that look different. Yeah, okay, so there is food, but we had to make it all the way up here first.
I won't go easy.
Okay. Now we have crowds, at least, to control. They want to get into position. Top 45, just subscribe. Greetings and thank you. Appreciate that. Probably try to hit the boss sometimes. Feel your hitbox situation there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hard to grab him, but at least the food wasn't wasted. Well, that was a bit of a waste. Gentle run, but... Okay, so... Oh, alright, she did take damage from that. These guys are the most annoying to deal with. They just run away. Trying to throw... Okay. Fuck, I should have set up a crowd control. I'm... Juggled. Definitely don't have a good grasp on the boss situation in this game. Okay, I was like, maybe I shouldn't recover. If I could just land on the ground and not take additional damage, but not how that works, I guess. Okay, I'm like dying instantly.
It's mine now.
Oh, there's so much recovery on everything! Hard to gauge when I can attack her without, like, because if I try to fight her and she's in, like, an armored state, then it's kind of like, well... You really can't, like, tag out at the last moment either, because the character you tag out stays on screen for quite a while. And is still vulnerable. go. I was significantly less annoying than the last one. But yeah, some of the mechanics feel like they don't go together super well with the... It's... and how to deal with... Like, there's so much stuff you do that sort of affects your trajectory and motion. You can fling yourself into pits very easily. Would you like this if the graphics were different? I think this is probably in my like top 3 visually appealing Double Dragon games. Top 5 maybe. I don't know. I don't have an exact list. It's not the style that I would like. If I were to make a Double Dragon game, I wouldn't go for this direction in terms of the chibi characters, but I think they're very expressive. I think the animation is great. Like the environment, like there's the execution of it's done very well. And the thing is, like the alternatives, like I don't think Double Dragon Revive is more visually appealing. I don't think Double Dragon 4 is more visually appealing. I don't think like Double Dragon Neon is a bit of an edge case because there's a lot like some of the character designs are great, some of them I really don't like. But that has its own weird aesthetic that I think is equally distant from my ideal to this, but just in a different direction. Like Revive is trying to go for a more serious sort of, I mean, it's got comedic bits in it, but as far as like the general visual presentation, but that has its own blandness to it and a weird approach to kind of a modern contemporary take that I don't feel very passionate about. But I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that's a very understandable take. But I don't mind it. And especially, again, like, with Double Dragon in particular, there's no real fear that a new Double Dragon comes out and goes, well, this is what this series is from here on out. We have shifted directions into this new thing. Because every new Double Dragon for the last 20-something years have basically completely ignored every other game and just did its own thing anyway. But having said that, I understand that your sort of aesthetic appeal or lack thereof isn't something that can be sort of rationally or academically argued for or against. You either kind of feel it or you don't. 2 health for every special KO is pretty alright. I mean, 2 is not a lot, but, you know, it'll add up. There's incoming damage. Not for gimme. Vulnerability. I thought I kind of maybe was, but I'm not. I mean, I've definitely been hit out of it a lot of the time, but it seemed more invincible than before, but maybe not. Yeah, that's going to be extremely useful. Kind of between these two, because I already have sort of armor and like light attacks don't knock back when I'm at full SP. Means I also take less damage. But like when you're in a desperate situation, health means more than anything. I'm gonna go with that. I'm a disgrace to my people. Oh yeah, that was the 4th gang. For defeating the last gang, our heroes visit the mayor at his office. Heroes of New York, thank you for bringing peace to our city. Now we can focus on preventing further crime and violence. And still use your help. You by my side, no one will dare oppose us. That's definitely the tone you want your elected leader to have. Join me, you'll be our new peace enforcers, and we'll rebuild the city into a crime-free utopia. Join the mayor to receive 10,000 bucks and end the game. Yeah, so this is kind of similar to the previous game, Streets of Red, but I guess we'll see how this plays out. But there, you have to like pay money to get the true last boss and true ending. But we'll be heroes and say no. Refuse the mayor and the 10,000. Are you sure? He's getting ready. I like this. I'm disappointed. Nonetheless, I'm grateful for what you've done for our city. I truly am. I believe our only path to peace in this corrupted city is absolute law and order.
to an iron fist.
He's secretly the Supreme Warrior, whatever, the final boss from Double Dragon 2.
People that got rid of the gangs do not serve me. It jeopardizes my legitimacy. I cannot allow that. I shall spare you for your contribution, under the condition that you leave the city and never return. Go, before I change my mind.
Mission select!
Still go back to this screen. That's kind of cool, though, so we get the... the map thing here for Town Hall. I don't think you can, like, replay levels, so I'm not sure why this... Well, whatever. Seems like there's more to this mysterious man than meets the eye. Obey his orders and stay away for good, while you fight back for a different future you believe in. I mean, I guess I don't have the choice to... Oh, there goes my armrest. Chair falling apart. I've already defied him, so... How many Double Dragon final bosses have been the NES DD2 Supreme Martial Arts Man dude? The thing is, like, every Double Dragon game invents its own, like, rival for the Double Dragon heroes, basically. And because they never put, like, character names on screen, it's hard to tell a lot of the time when a character's meant to be the same as a previous game's characters. Again, like, I'm not even sure if this character has a name. I'm sure that there's a name for him somewhere. But, like, as far as the final boss in Double Dragon 2, I'm not sure. But Duke in Return, like, I'm not sure if he's like similar, but I don't think he's technically meant to be the same character. And then of course Duke is like a weird Chinese wizard in the Neo Geo game. And the final boss of Revive, like, Duke is in Revive, but he's like a mid-boss. He's like one of those, like, martial art wizard characters. And I think the final boss, like, this character, I think is also one of those, but they were kind of based on an enemy type that's in Double Dragon Advance, whereas the actual final boss of Revive, I want to say that he's not a new character, but he's not Duke. But yeah, it's... like, you have Machine Gun Willie, and then this guy, and then, I don't know, fucking the Ghost of Cleopatra in Double Dragon 3, and after that point, it's just, fuck it, whatever. At least it's, like, sort of a throwback and not a whole new invention. Which, I mean, I wouldn't really mind it, necessarily. I think the original characters and stuff in this game are mostly fun and fine. I think it's, like, more silly, almost, when they add this kind of new thing and sort of pretend that it's what it always was, or sort of like, here's something we came up with to try and explain or, like, piece together the loose threads of lore and character designs from previous games.
Thank you.
Without sort of acknowledging that it's just, like, some shit they just made up. Which, you know, would be totally fine.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. That thing's bouncing like you could destroy it, but I guess not. Oh, well, I did destroy it? I don't know, I'm confused.
What the?
It's strange.
I like it. I like
Massive delay here, but fine. Dashing when you try to pick stuff up.
lucky me.
Picking stuff up when you're trying to dash or grab someone can be a little annoying. Nice, see, the health I got back there actually mattered, because now I'm at full health. Which means that I would get money. Oh, interesting. You can roll to pick up items. I didn't know that.
I like it.
Like, 2 health is really not nothing.
What the?
There's like a gigantic delay at the end of that dash. So when you do it by accident, because you try to pick up a hammer and you just like whiff, stand there like an idiot for 2 whole seconds. A little annoying. Challenge. There are none. Okay, good. I don't have to worry about it then. Look at those guns. I got hit. So yeah, 2 damage is what I took from... Oh, that's kind of cool. It can shoot diagonally into the background. Turkey? Nope, just a burger. That's fine. Okay, you can... I was wondering if you can, like, make that more safe. And even when you don't have boss health bar, they put shit in the foreground you can't see properly. That's definitely a little annoying. Yeah, that felt pretty good.
That's good. Lucky me.
Can't get into beat 'em ups with stubby limbs. I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it the way it's done in this game, but I think that's a fair... Like, whether it applies 100% in every case or not, just conceptually as a general idea, I can get behind that, sure. Oh, accidental run. I tried to dash and grab him, and I couldn't. Oh, whatever.
Take this.
It's like you can only grab these guys in neutral, if at all. I don't know. It's... Definitely feels like it's easier to grab smaller guys.
Thank you.
Again, Jimmy. Yeah, I mean, I have the same feeling towards Fight and Rage for sure. Like, I generally, I mean, I think that game's excellent, but it's like visual style, both in terms of the character proportion and like the animal stuff. Like all of that for sure is like I would prefer that it wasn't like that. Like I would like the game better if it had human characters who were proportioned more realistically.
It's mine now.
But it's not to the point where it keeps me from enjoying the game. Oop. And I barely saw that guy.
It's mine now.
Thank you.
All from that. A couple of hot dogs waiting here.
Lucky me.
Now,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lucky
thank
me.
you, thank you. I wonder if that painting's supposed to be something. Probably.
Thank you. I like lucky me.
So obviously, like this is, or something's headed. But I was curious. Kind of weird that the hallway like continued. Oh, well, this looks like a turkey opportunity if ever I saw one.
Lucky me.
Oh, they're all juggled, so I didn't hit them properly. Over there. But yeah, it's really awesome to be able to have that tiny little heal when you're at this, like, almost full. It's nice to be able to...
I like it.
want to optimize for, like, money and whatever.
Lucky me.
Because you get money when grabbing food at full health. Oh, that was pretty bad. But
Lucky me.
you don't have to waste a turkey to get those last, like, 4%. If you're in that particular situation, which I'm obviously currently not, but... a little annoying, like it hits in the air, but you don't really don't hit very well. Slightly bigger hitbox on that last hit, but not enough. Yeah, this game is a couple of years old. I played it when it first came out, and then I didn't touch it again. And there's been a ton of updates with like added characters
My turn. Lucky me.
and whatever other stuff. So I felt like revisiting it. I think it has flaws, but at its core, it's definitely pretty fun, for sure. All right, save those, I guess. Populate this ball with some hot dogs. So in case you're not aware, the kind of core conceit mechanically is that you have this like special KO system where you have your regular attacks and your special attacks. And if you KO an enemy with your special attack or a trap or a weapon, you get a special KO. And if you get multiple special KOs, at least 3, with the same attack, like at once, you trigger the... Oh, I picked up a weapon that I didn't realize was there. You get the crowd control bonus thing, which provides you with food items. Which, like, in isolation is a fun mechanic, but it does have some kind of weird implications.
That's good.
In terms of balancing, like a crowd of enemies like that is like a benefit, because I can just push a button and get a big turkey out of it.
Welcome to your doom.
So the conventional sort of design tools of putting crowds of enemies works out kind of differently. I sort of forgot / wasn't aware that the bosses themselves are also kind of... You see that most clearly with her, the lady, like she's not armored, because this is like the level 1 version instead of the level 3.
What the?
Billy fucking died? What? What? Every time I like tag out, I just like get killed, and I'm always fucking reverse controls. I just like basically can't do anything. These chairs, I guess. Fuck that. Hope it'll hit something.
More from me. Lightning strike.
Reverse controls. That's right, I do have iframes on that special move now. I actually forgot. This guy is like the most fucking annoying. Willie. That's pretty good. Of course, I land in the middle of that and I'm dead. Okay.
My turn. Thank you. He's gone. Roaring Dragon.
These guys like these big hitboxes. And reversing the controls just like unforgivable.
Roaring Dragon.
Surprise.
I'm not gonna tag either, of course. Yep, that's a thing. Pretty good.
Lucky me.
I didn't mean to roll. Got him. Whew.
I will do this.
It's a pretty cool fight to have the like the simultaneous boss rush. But unfortunately, as is often the case, some of those boss characters are just kind of annoying to fight. My frames, I guess. Of course, you can't juggle the bosses, which is good and fair, but get out of here.
Lucky me.
They'll just like flip out of it. See what's... I'm trying to grab that sword or pipe or whatever it is. Maybe it's part of some enemy's dead body.
That's good. What the?
Like, speaking of how the real estate is used, like it's...
Show you.
No matter how I'm trying to place myself, there's like this gigantic empty vertical space. Half the fight takes place behind the UI. That. Burger. Should have done that much faster. Of course. Oh, I get juggled instead. Oh, okay, sick. Able to get the flying knee after they were dead. Still get the crowd control. I'm trying. Fuck. I'm trying to walk out of the way, and I just like the game's very sticky in a way that can feel kind of bad. Trying to get to that hot dog, and I couldn't roll over it, and oh! Okay, so previously I was able to roll on top of food to pick them up, but it didn't work there for whatever reason. Maybe my aim was off. Oh, I see. That's her, the boss lady. That's her sword that's on the ground, and I can't pick it up. That was a nice little dodge. Try to grab the hot dog.
I like it. I like it.
I tried to grab the guy, but there was a pipe in that corpse crowd. Look at how close fucking Billy was to dying. I tagged him out, and he still got hit. Yeah, tagging out to avoid getting hit is like really difficult to do. I don't know that I've ever actually properly done it. Almost kill there, unfortunately. Oh boy. Yep, okay. Well, fuck it. So we can technically regain health still. Try to dodge. On my health. Oh, I can't tag. I'm dead. Oh, it's so annoying. That's the thing. Like the momentum shifts are really weird in this. Where you get like extremely powerful tools for like regaining resources. Man, that was definitely poorly spaced. I can't grab him. I'm gonna get killed. My frames at least. Alright. 1 health. Is that the last boss, or does he have a second phase? I guess that was it. Yeah, it was a satisfying ending, that's for sure.
Can't believe this.
Yeah.
Naive, ignorant fools, do you not see what you have done? I have defeated the gangs, but that does not bring us peace. The city needs law and order. The city needs me. Of my leadership, the city will soon fall into complete chaos. Don't underestimate us. We will do just fine without anyone ruling over us. That's right. We believe in the people and will work together to build our own future.
Heroes return home, doing their part to rebuild New York City. Old Matt joins Marion on the force to help protect those in need. Marion, with newfound confidence and strength, is happy to help her community. The Lee brothers return to reopen their Soul Set Skin dojo. Teaching the way of the Soul Set Skin, they hope to give New York citizens the strength to protect their city together. Oh, okay. I've got the Double Dragon 3 ending photo. I guess it's Double Dragon 2. Well, I guess they kind of both have them. I accidentally skipped an ending screen of some kind, but oh well. Ugh, the game's fun, but yeah, like, I just wish it was paced a bit more snappily. They're, like, the stage is getting longer and longer. It's good that the final stage isn't, like, even longer. The fact that it's, like, a set, sort of slightly shorter stage is definitely good. But, like, conceptually, based on the kind of game this is, I want to, like, oh, let's do another run. But the thought of doing an entire run, it's like, oh, like hours. That, I think, a little unfortunate. So I got an achievement for ending A, and now I got an ending B bonus. I didn't pay super close attention, but I wonder if I got... Did I get bonus for ending B and ending A or something? Or was the achievement mistitled? Who knows? That seems like it would be the... Well, I was going to say that seems like it would be the best ending. I could see the game having an ending for... Well, that's kind of weird. I was going to say for not continuing. Technically, as far as the game is concerned, we didn't continue. Because we played the mode with no continues. I think continues is like if you're out of money to revive, you can spend tokens to continue instead. So I don't know if that makes a difference. But clearly you would want to, like for the proper 1cc, you would want to complete the game without dying once. And it doesn't seem insurmountable, but it's like to some degree you're a little bound by luck for what items you get. And certainly, you know, I wasn't able to use Jimmy very effectively. If you have characters you're more comfortable with, That's a big help. Because anytime I was Jimmy, I feel like I was dying pretty quickly. Billy did a lot of the heavy lifting. The thing is, like, it's such a slippery slope. Like, when you're in a situation where you can... I don't know, maybe, like, you can tweak the difficulty.
Secret Base, that's right. That's the name of the developer. I always forget it. Like, if you give yourself larger crowds of enemies to fight, I feel like that's kind of... doesn't necessarily make the game easier, but certainly... you know, you give yourself more opportunities for food rewards. But yeah, I like this game. I do remember, as I said before, when I first got this on Xbox, there was a pretty hefty input lag that did not feel good. I don't know if that was patched out, but I'm playing this. This is a Steam version. I was like curious to buy it on Steam to see if it felt different. And again, to whatever degree it has changed since it released, I did not really have any problems with that playing it now.
Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragon.
But yeah, overall, like the difficulty curve and balance is kind of strange. Like, it's also funny that the bosses, in a lot of beat 'em ups, I feel like the bosses aren't really the big difficulty spikes. Although in some cases it's like the bosses are the easy part if you know how to fight them, and if you don't, they can be real roadblocks. But otherwise, it's like the levels are more of a threat than the bosses. Here, I don't know. Some of the bosses I didn't have much problem with, and then whenever I died, I would typically die a couple of times in the same spot. But yeah, the way you get hit, and then you sort of get juggled, and you tag out to protect yourself, but your corpse like keeps getting juggled and does not avoid that damage. Like once you start taking damage, it feels weirdly difficult to avoid taking more damage. For the most part, recovering health is easy. You get a lot of opportunities for it. But then a lot of the time, like, it feels like the game is deliberately depriving you of that opportunity by only feeding you 2 enemies at a time. It just, like, feels strange. Okay, so let's see what's in the token shop. I don't know if 43 tokens is a lot, but... yeah, okay, so... oh, that's right, Shintai Mei... I think we fought him... we saw him... I don't remember actually fighting him, but I remember seeing him on a preview for one of the levels, but it might be one we didn't actually play. He is named here and available, whereas there are some that are question mark. MG Willie. Okay, alright, so it has named characters that we didn't actually fight. These are stages. Maybe that's for survival mode. Right, so these are all like the... well... I was gonna say these are all like the DLC characters, but I guess... confused. So we fought Sonny, and he was definitely not in the game originally. Was he on the list? I don't know if they like changed the order of these. Alberto was definitely added. He was on the player select. Super, yeah, so I guess Super Anubis. Armored Okada, that's like the version we got when we did the Okada level last. So I guess Super Anubis would be the same if we did the Triangle Gang last. There doesn't seem to be, as a separate character at least, like enhanced versions of Willie and Duke. But maybe some of these other characters are... maybe fight those guys instead. Yeah, I think the whole, like, Bimmy joke is, like, really dumb. But, that's a me thing. Can't be too mad at the game for leaning into it. You don't know who Jim Mackey is. So Jeff is like the green Billy from Double Dragon 1. Yeah, I guess
Shin Seimei is like the brother of Shin Taimei, I would think. As you fight, there's like the two of them in Double Dragon 2. But I think it's like also supposed to be the guy from Double Dragon 3. And I don't know if those two are meant to be the same character, but Double Dragon is fucking confusing. Okay, so I was just curious to see if these were like part of the how to play, but no, there's like additional. Okay, so you can actually spend more meter to change specials. That's interesting. Now, that's actually good like tips here. These are device against normal enemies. Kind of cool. This is the kind of stuff I want, like resources within a beat 'em up to help teach players the parts of the game that like matter. I will say, like, this game justifies it, I guess, thematically and everything, which I guess isn't usually the problem with it, but I don't really like this idea of enemy classes that are like reskinned per level. I tend to prefer when there's like a set, like, so you know which enemy is which. It's not that you really would get them like super, like, you can tell that they're the same. They have the same silhouette and animations and everything. But I think for me, like, mentally, it's easier to track when you know whether they're the same or not. And I think just it makes for more visually interesting. Like, instead of having 4 enemy types in 4 or 5 skins, having a total of maybe, 7 or 8, you could create a lot more interesting variety. But in fairness, being a Double Dragon game, that's never been like a big strength of Double Dragon games design, really, like those kinds of Final Fight style crowds. Yeah, I was curious what this was, but I guess it's just like a screenshot of art. Also, I guess I was thinking that question mark meant that like he's not available, but I guess there's a little padlock on everything, and this is just the, I guess that's the final boss, probably. Doesn't have a name. All right. I'm like kind of most curious to unlock some of these guys that we didn't actually see. Oh, maybe we did fight Jeff. Now I'm trying to. I think we might have fought him. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't actually. Yeah, I saw the portrait of him on like level select, but we didn't actually fight against him. And I guess a Bobo only shows up in the killer's gang if you do them later, so you get multiple bosses. I would assume Linda's part of that gang too, but who knows? We'll save the remaining tokens. I'm curious to do another run and maybe play around a little bit with the options and try some other characters. I need to take a break first though, so I'm gonna mute this and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay. I've returned. So, get the game audio back. And play local. Oh yeah, there's different modes too. Player waves to lower the exchange rate and win more tokens. We might mess with that a little bit in versus mode. Oh yeah, interesting. I guess the save slot is only for like resuming because we finished the game. We didn't save anything per se. Did I play anything before this? No. So originally my intention today was to play River City Girls 2. But I booted it up and discovered that it had like half a second of input lag, and within 2 seconds it got me so pissed off. I was like, I can't do a whole stream of this. So I had to come up with a plan B, and I checked my Steam library and was reminded that I picked up this a while back. So I was like, yeah, let's check this out. So I didn't really have an agenda per se of multiple games I wanted to look at, but I figured this was a good substitute for River City Girls. I do have what's the word? Ambitions of figuring out some good arcade games to try to practice and get into, but I have no idea like what game. But I've had the itch to like play more arcade beat 'em ups and try to learn something. You know, I had in the back of my mind maybe 64th Street, but that's just like recency bias because I had a fun time playing that. But I was a little torn, and I felt like that's something that requires maybe a little more mental fortitude that I'm sure I can muster today. So I decided to check this out, and I'm having fun enough with this that I'm going to stick with it for a little bit. Yeah, I for sure, like the balancing of the like the weird momentum of like risk rewards and like the food stuff. Like I think it would be, you could add a layer to it where like maybe you create score items, and they're like you could still have some element of I don't know. I mean, I agree that it would probably be better for the game that you couldn't generate healing items at all. But in its place, maybe you would actually have a few more healing items in the stages themselves. Because what I think is a big problem with it conceptually is that playing for survival and playing for like swag or playing for score or whatever, or playing, well, maybe not speed, but like the game doesn't really change much. Whereas I think like if you look at a shoot 'em up or something, playing for survival and playing for score are often very different because those games are often designed in such a like in some ways being more aggressive is actually going to make the game easier for not keeping enemies on screen and whatever. But there's often an intention specifically of forcing the player into uncomfortable situations at higher risk to be rewarded with higher score, or, you know, medals or chains or whatever. And that naturally kind of creates this sort of divide or depth, or whatever you want to call it, where as you first learn to play the game, you play it a certain way, but once you've kind of mastered survival and you want to play it for score, then there's like a second layer of new strategies and new ways of playing that emerge that aren't really relevant when you aren't playing for that. So I think it's inherently not a problem necessarily, but certainly like it imposes a kind of limit on a game if playing for survival versus playing for score or playing for whatever other challenge or depth is like the same play style. Seemed way harder to generate turkeys in my playthrough. Well, first of all, I'm sure McCall45 is much better at this game than I am, because he is much better than me at most of these types of games. But it's very possible that some things have changed in terms of balance, but really what they could do to make it easier or harder is essentially like have smaller crowds of enemies, which is another kind of strange balancing tool. Like the fact that the game has to be very careful about not giving you too many enemies, because if they do, then all of a sudden you have like the infinite power to heal, is pretty backwards. Yeah, you need 5 enemies for Turkey, but I'm pretty sure that hasn't changed. Like, that's the same system as in Streets of Red, the game they made before this. But yeah, it's possible that they, like, lessened, like, thinned out the enemy crowds. So interestingly here, like, enemy numbers is not something we can tweak here. I think No Continues Plus is like a new... This was not in the game at launch. I don't know what it means, but it makes tokens cheaper. I don't like necessarily feel like doing another whole run, so if this means that the run's going to end sooner, because it's harder somehow, then sure. I wonder if this means no revives. If that's the case, then you would think that token exchange rate would improve drastically, but... That was... So we can crank up the revive cost if we don't intend to revive. Let's do that. We can't increase number of enemies, but we can increase the stats and aggression. I don't know if aggression makes it like more likely for them to pile up around you, but we can bump it up a little bit. This like instant hard cut with no transition into this screen gives me really strong like open bore budget vibes. Like, the story itself is well presented. I'm glad it's not more like belabored. But there's just something about this, like the way it just hard cuts to the start of the cinematic that feels strangely unpolished compared to like every other aspect of the game's presentation. Sorry, we got a Bobo, Intai, Linda. Alright, so we got Willie, Duke, Anubis, Okada, the mayor. Oh yeah, so this is Ranzo. We fought him, right? And this is Chinsei-mei. I guess this is Sunny. Because yeah, this is Jeff. Abore. God, like even worse Anubis. Guess this is Evil Marion. Armored Okada. Demi and Jammy. Oh, is it? What was? I forget the other name. There was a name I didn't recognize. I guess it's this guy, and I guess this is Demi. I don't know. Comparing to like the unlock thing, there's like I feel like I'm like miscounting. There's like more characters. There's like 1 or 2 more than I thought there would be, but that's fine. Try Linda. No, I'm not sure. And no, I'm not sure. Complicated menu maneuvering here. Try Sunny or Jeff, I mean. I guess we can, oh, it's kind of weird. It doesn't... I have to, like, scroll to the character I have selected. Queen's Lash. Not sure... I guess 2 is the horizontal special and 3 is the vertical special. Jeff start with a knife. We'll find out. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if some of these characters maybe can't use other weapons. They have their own like weapons. This Linda design is really cool, by the way. I really like it. So the action is the dash grab equivalent for Billy and Jimmy. Bend the whip to pull in target and throw them back, knocking down others in a way. The images don't really communicate super clearly how it works, but... Quick chops. Whirling kick. I'm not super sold on Jeff, but let's see these other guys. Fuck it. My god! Okay. Like, unequipped the choices we made, somehow. Oh, there's like a limit to how quickly I can scroll between them. Oh yeah, well, we'll try Bobo some other time. Sure, finally.
Mission select.
So I think the Junkyard Pyramid was by far the most obnoxious level. It had the whole darkness thing going on and the worst boss fight, so let's get that out of the way first.
Let's do this.
Goofy walk. Pretty slow. It's got pretty low health. Surprisingly, Linda is like the tankier character. The Z-axis walk speed is like super slow. Okay, that's his neutral special. And that's her forward special.
It's mine.
It's the up special. So juggling dead enemies does help build special meter. That's interesting.
About time.
Linda. Oh, she's... Okay, yeah, she moves. Again, like the discrepancy between the horizontal and the axis walk speed. I mean, it makes sense that it's not the same for a number of reasons. Feels weirdly sluggish. Yes. Oh, the hot dog's like hidden over there. That's the up special. Okay, she's just... That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, what's her ability? Okay. Like this, like when a section is done, like there's no signposting that's like, okay, it's time to move on. You just have to like, oh, I guess no one more's coming. I guess I'll start walking. It's like a very strange pacing thing. Like the description made it sound like she would, like basically her up special where she grabs someone with a whip and slams them. That sounded like the description of her. Maybe they, maybe the texts were like swapped by mistake, because it sounded the way the text description of her like B button move sounded like it exactly describes her up special. Oh. But she's immediately pretty fun to use. I like her a lot. Yeah, Jeff is a little awkward. Obviously, it's hard for me to gauge if they're like actually effective or not, but and so like first can try to walk out of the way, and that was should have known that wasn't gonna work. All right, that's his. That's a weird move too. At least the dash is fast. He gets out of the way. Oh my god. Okay. It's pretty bad if you try to pick something up in a whip, though. Cancel into that, okay. I didn't... You know what? Let's have the bodies disappear. It's like a fun, neat thing that they're still on screen. But it legitimately causes problems. Oh, maybe? I guess these guys can't use weapons. Okay. Oh, okay. That animation lasts like 2 years. That's, but if you can, like, level it up, make it invincible, that's pretty good. But I guess if you don't have to worry about being, like, picking up weapons, that's also helpful. But it's an interesting kind of balancing thing, too, though, because weapons do allow you to get special KOs. But yeah, as far as like the farming and everything, the fact that you can like backtrack, I even commented on it, like not even for game design like balance reasons, but just in terms of pacing, like the game allows the player to set the pace to like a detrimental degree. Okay, sick. Because you're literally like encouraged to slow things down and to just decide that like, oh no, I think we'll backtrack through the entire level. Yeah, because the camera is locked. Big range on that. During the fight, but once we're allowed to advance, it unlocks the camera movement backwards too, which I think is kind of fucked up. Right, so because we're doing this first, we're fighting this guy out here. Could have saved that food, sure, but whatever. I keep doing like the vertical special in the wrong direction. If they like fly away. And I like this doesn't hit at all. B move is like really awkward to use. Or okay, where'd he go? I guess he teleported off screen, that's it. Hey, my special meter didn't drain. Weird. I like her specials. 15 turkeys to go back to. Yeah, it's sort of like... Even though I'm not thinking about it like super consciously, I'm still, you know, whether deliberately or not, kind of electing to not have the game be more like slow-paced and boring than it could be. Interesting. So I think this must be a no continues plus thing, that you don't get health back in between sections. Now, this level ends here anyway, so we're gonna get health back. But I guess that's at least one difference between them. So obviously I'm gonna be wanting to use Linda more because he's fun and easier to use. Sniping, this is probably his easiest to use special, so that's not a bad upgrade. Health automatically generate. I wonder if this works when he's tagged out as well. Seems like an incredibly good thing to have, so okay, let's go with this one, I guess. %50 damage increase on regular attacks also seems quite good. Actually, this one, if we survive long enough, this is going to pay itself back pretty quickly. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, so the guys on the top row are like just the more challenging enemy types that only appear in later levels. It's interesting we have like the punk guy with the 2 machine guns, because I don't think we ever saw that enemy until the final level. Maybe it's a difficulty slider thing. Yeah, we got Abobo, Jintai, Linda, and Bernov.
Mission select.
I guess I'm most curious to see like the longer versions of these levels. But we'll do it in the mostly backwards order, I guess. Yeah, so now we have Shinseme here as well. Abore, it's like fucking Duke Nukem. Alright, let's go to Okada Clan headquarters. But yeah, it's just like kind of baffling to me how like every modern beat 'em up, you're just like kind of insists on not, you know, not pushing the game forward. Not necessarily even or exclusively forcing the player to move forward in the level, but like all these little things, right? Of I see. I still got a burger out of it. I'm stuck. Okay. But just like there's no sense of urgency. There's like, and I don't mean again necessarily or strictly in the sense of like the player being in a rush to do something, but more so like the game itself having this like very lackadaisical feel of it not being concerned about pushing things forward. Backward as it were. This is stupid. Even in things like this, like I mean, this isn't too bad as far as like little conversational demo intermission. But like the speed and urgency with which like one event sort of ties into the next and things move forward, you know, both in terms of like the pacing of the combat, but also like what happens in between combat encounters. Like OTG with that, but I can meaty, I guess. I keep forgetting what that one is because I don't use it much. Ah! The guy killed him. So many situations like this where it's like there's only one guy left, so I get to fight him with sort of impunity, and then it's just a strange way to like approach it. Fuck that up. No, I got a hot dog eventually. like hitboxes are a little iffy. It's hard to hit
It's mine.
people.
Into my sight.
Oh, you walk so slow.
Seems useful enough.
Strange hitbox there, like overextending through them.
I'm ready.
Kind of a funny look.
Seems useful enough.
Grab that. Punch some more stuff here. Found a burger, even if I fucked that up a little bit. Oh shit, I wasn't even looking. I didn't realize I was about to kill him. Give me the food!
Seems useful enough.
Okay, I got one of them at least. Action efficiency. Yeah, that's weird. Dashing chop. Movement speed. He is fucking slow. Is he the one that has an auto health? I guess I can check, right? Yeah. Ooh, this is nice. I like this special. Also quite good. And we'll go with this one. Yeah, it's like a game, and I think it's like a little problematic, I guess, where you have to find your own fun, or sort of like the game's structure rewards methods of playing that are less fun. Like, I think it's perfectly fair to critique a game where you have to subvert the game's sort of design to find the fun. Like, if you can have fun, you can have fun. That's cool. That's fine. And of course, it's going to be kind of subjective, because what you find fun in someone else is going to be different. And, like, if it was a more tight design that was, you know, had less room for abuse, I'm sure there are some people who would find that less enjoyable. So there's always a balancing act. But I do think, like, the issue isn't necessarily that it's, like, too easy. It's that, like, the optimized way of playing is just more tedious. Like, backtracking through the level to find your turkeys from 20 minutes ago, like, the game wants you to do that, because if you do that, you will do better at the game. But you will, like, have a worse time, basically. The revives start off significantly more expensive in this mode. I don't think we need to get extra turkeys. We can probably arrange that ourselves. So in this mode, I guess, starting a section off with items like this makes more sense. I wonder if I could have destroyed or, like, saved one of those things and had a hot dog left in it here or something. Let's see if I could destroy those lanterns, but... Dude, even this guy with this... Well, I guess he's walking a little faster now, but he also can't walk down slopes or stairs properly.
It's mine.
So far, we will just be seeing... shorter versions of stages we played previously. Mission 3 and 4 will be longer versions. Get it? Who make it up? Try to pick it up. Forgot that I can. Okay, tag. All this like mega lengthy recovery. Dagger in. Forgot about this annoying section. But this should be the last part of this stage. Dude, holy foreground objects. Okay, sure. Barely jump up there. It's so obnoxious. Alright. Like why are these at such a height that it, like, you can just barely visually make it over, but you can't actually get up there? Whoa, how did that not hit the gun? Okay, the range is weird on that for sure. Okay, that just completely whipped. Here's to see if I can sort of juggle with that. I'll just stand here for a while. I'll lose my combo, but who cares?
Lucky me.
Special meters built up. It's a strange balance because there are food items in the stages very occasionally. But it's not this sort of battle of attrition of getting to the next healing item to sort of reset things the way things usually work in these games. You're kind of waiting for the next encounter that'll allow for you to kind of set up a healing situation. Kind of makes these sections even more just meandering. Strange for sure. Like, money and score works. I like the, you know, the cash to tokens system and how, like, you can set up different game rules to get different exchange rates. I think that's actually sick. But, you know, it's not without its weird consequences. Okay, can I... Fuck, I didn't mean to dash. Of course I cannot. That thing. Guess it does kind of vacuum in enemies with that thing. It's a meter, honestly. I should have saved it for this. There's our turkey.
Nothing's useful enough.
So, I mean, once you get the one turkey, it kind of resets things. This weird, like, camera's focusing. Well, the camera's intent, you know, speaking of that sort of element of how you translate a game like this to 16:9 and what it means for the real estate of the screen. And I got a burger for that. I guess that was okay. I don't know how that works exactly. Hitbox is a little mysterious. Like the game is kind of intent on framing things such a way that there is a pretty big empty, like there's a lot of headroom. A little unclear for what purpose.
Can't do without.
This game actually kill any of those guys. Very welcome change, though, by the way, that they allowed you to disable the full screen effect and pause during crowd control. That it's satisfying like the first 2 times, and then it just gets really obnoxious.
Seems useful enough.
Boss here, I guess? Probably, maybe.
Can't do without.
Oh, I don't need her. This spin kick's like, I don't know, it's kind of situational, but otherwise difficult to use. But it's, I guess, like Jimmy's like leaping grab. Didn't find a lot of use for that either, but it was great against these guys. Like the only place I used them. You know what? At this point, I don't even know there's going to be a boss. Like,
Seems useful enough.
because clearly, if the section ends, well, I guess this is the last section of this level. And if it is, then I'll get the health back anyway. I'll just. It can be a little tricky to figure out when the best time is to actually eat the food. But yeah, I figured there'd be a fight here at least, so. Won't go easy. Well, she's not wearing armor, that's good. Fucking up immediately. Okay, and that's 70% of my health bar. I don't know what hit her here, but... Like, he doesn't launch... Like, he can sort of hit grounded opponents.
Seems useful enough.
Delay before we can pick up the hot dogs. Didn't kill anyone. Or, yeah. I can't tell. Alright, he'll get the hot dog. You do get more points if you have more remaining health, I guess, so it is worth healing up there. I wonder if you earn less. Feels like I had made more money at this point in the previous run, but I might be mistaken. I guess if I bought, like, more expensive upgrades, it would make a difference. Like if I bought a couple of $500 upgrades instead of $1,000 ones, you know, those differences might add up. Action efficiency. SPKO chain. That's something I'm gonna keep alive. Down for her. Special Mastery is good because, like, once I can get to the peak upgrade that gives invincibility, that makes the specials way, way better. Stun nearby enemies. I don't even know what that means. Like, if I tag in or something? I don't know. I think it's basically gonna be worth it to try to optimize the special situation for her. Yeah, we'll go with this one. The, like, increased momentum of having damage increase when doing stuff. Like, I feel like higher damage is most useful against bosses, and that would be the most difficult time to get your special chain anyway. Alright, so here we got Gonzo, Sunny, and Duke. Here we get to fight Linda, Abure, and MG Willie. I kind of wanted to do this one last because we did it first last time to see like the full extent of the level. But I'm curious. I'm more interested in seeing Abure than these guys who we actually saw last run. And I'm also curious if Linda's going to have like a 2-player color variant or something, because we didn't, as far as I'm aware, get the choice of different color schemes. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Let's go with the killers. I feel like the levels getting longer and everything too. While I'm in this kind of discovery stage of just getting familiar with the game, there's like an excitement and novelty to picking levels in different orders to see how the levels will change. But I have a sneaking feeling that like every level, like once that novelty wears off, like every level, you're gonna want to pick it early to avoid some annoying bullshit that happens in the later sections of it. Because like the pyramid has the dark tunnels, the Okada level has the mountain, falling rocks, platforming shit. Who, you know, we'll find out what this level has to quote-unquote offer. That was a bad special move to use. Got a 3. I'm not using any of this and wait for it to recover a little bit. Didn't mean to tag in. That was just a reflex. Some food, I guess. Alright, completely whiffed that. Dashing attack didn't cancel into the skill. The regular attacks seem to.
Time for fun. Lucky me.
About time.
Walk speed feels so much better. Like these like giant empty stretches of like not being like visually it looks cool. Like it's a cool environment, sure, but I got the wrong special coming out there for some reason. Just in the transition from one to the other, it's like, oh man, the hitbox. It's not gonna reach those guys. In fact, I'm getting hit. All these tiny little bits contributing in its own way to kind of slowing down the pace.
Useful
every version of these guys be annoying to deal with. Not even annoying because they're like they keep hitting you and stuff. Like it's annoying because they don't. Like they just fuck around and avoid you. You want them to engage to have the fight progress, and they just refuse. Then you get like the one guy at a time here. Pacing of the encounters, I feel like could, like with the exact mechanics of this game, you just arrange some of these encounters just not even that differently. I missed the last one, of course. And like the level of excitement and urgency would be like drastically improved. Kind of 4, yeah. Setting up this buffet.
Lucky me.
I'm like
It's mine. Lucky me.
offended by the idea that you can just come back for those whenever. I don't know. Maybe the elevator actually changes that. I don't know if you can take the elevator back. Like, I guess you. Yeah, and I just walk out. I don't know. It's so weird. Like how does the game benefit from allowing you to do that? Like, sure, as a player, it benefits me in that I have the opportunity to go back and grab food. But me being offered that luxury, I think, is to the detriment of the game. A little weird, like, pixel shimmer on the shadow. Like, the shadow is, like, aligned to the pixel grid. But because the camera isn't the way the round circle... Well, it's not technically a circle, but you know what I mean. The shadow blob, like, shimmers. Okay, so there we don't have different color schemes. That's a little weird. Like, you have this set range. You dash, so it's, like, pretty hard to aim. I tried to cancel into a special, which of course I didn't have meter for. That's my bad.
It's mine.
That's right. Damage instantly. Oh my god, I didn't see it because it's hard to see when you're everything is behind the fucking life bar. Didn't kill. That's a fun move. I didn't until she started whipping it. I didn't realize just how much range it had.
Seems useful enough.
92. Okay, so I didn't. The recoverable health doesn't count. Makes sense. Which I wonder if she will keep the recoverable health. We'll see. Jump attack. Stackable SP generation. Got a couple of these like went below 50. Oh, I guess he's not at full health either. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with this one. This is the special I kind of use the least, but if it's really good, then I guess... Damage increases by... Like if I happen to get this one to level 3 first, whatever you want to call it, then I will definitely use it more. Some of these other upgrades sound pretty good, but fuck it, let's go Let's go all in on this specials build.
No
Let's do
problemo.
this.
But it said I had 70 out of 75. Well, she didn't get to keep her recoverable health. I think we'll be fine. Oh yeah, so we didn't see this, right? Like the factory in River City Ransom. Probably not a coincidence. Rats. I guess those are the equivalent to the scorpions. Makes sense. Yeah, that horizontal special is kind of weird. It's like a projectile, which is obviously pretty good,
About time.
but it's a little
Seems useful enough. Seems useful
peculiar.
enough.
Okay, let's go for the cash. I guess the fact that you can get cash for it is at least some slight, like, discouragement from just farming all the food and keeping it around.
Seems useful enough.
But ultimately, like, survivability is obviously worth quite a lot, so... Okay, he just dashed out of that. That's okay. You're, like, sort of left open when you do that special. But it lasts a long time, and it's a bunch. Okay, the range isn't quite as good as it looks, I guess.
Can't do without me. It's mine.
But yeah, so this section we didn't get to see before. Because we did its level first. Might awkward. One enemy. Don't waste your special. Probably anywhere to stand where there isn't dynamite. Fair. Okay, I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. But... I can really jump, huh? You can do a... It's a regular jump. Okay, so if you do a double jump, it's the same attack as if you do a running jump. Which, you know, I guess. Okay. I guess this is not the same pit as we saw before. Okay, I I thought she was gonna fly a little more vertically. I do like that these explosive barrels that you like actually knock them away. I think it makes it a little easier and more interesting to sort of incorporate them strategically. Oh, fucking didn't hit anyone with that, huh? That's a bearer. And want to like save your meter. Oh, startup on that special is pretty long.
Seems useful enough.
Startup on all of them is like somewhat lengthy. Oh, and of course the character I'm like standing inside doesn't get hit. See, like I overextend like past where the enemy's standing. Really bad. All this health too.
About time.
Oh, my legs falling asleep. Adjust my posture. Are we done here? Do I hit the elevator button? So. How the fuck do you dodge dynamite inside an elevator? I mean, I guess that goes for the enemies too. It's like weirdly difficult to set up the crowd control here. Everything just fucking whips. Are you serious? No, okay, I got it. Just weirdly after the fact.
About time. Seems useful enough.
I don't know if I'm gonna automatically transition. Well, I'm gonna leave the room anyway, I guess so. No control panel here.
Seems useful enough.
Oh yeah, so this is, I guess, where we fight him.
Seems
I
useful
was gonna say a
enough.
Boba, but we're not fighting him, are we? No, we're gonna fight Abure. That's right. Section's so long. Like, each one of these sections goes on like longer than you would expect. Longer than I would expect, anyway. Why these guys like don't pay any attention or care at all about each other's dynamites? It's pretty funny, but it doesn't harm the game, I don't think.
You need me.
Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. This didn't seem like a boss room, but here we are. Ready to kill. Pulsating X. Okay.
About time.
Do we get other enemies here during this fight? Got a couple of burgers at least. Oh my god, what is it with this game and bosses reversing your controls? Just so fucked. Oh my god, reverse controls. An annoying fight. Attack before he dies. Okay, he could very nearly have died there. That, but I'm gonna go grab a burger if I can.
Seems useful enough. Oh, I was hoping I could get bird. It's not, or the drone, whatever. Got rid of one of the boss guys at least. Balls. And I can't get all three. Whoa, I'm unreversed. Seems useful enough.
Okay, but that forward special is kind of weird and not that great. Okay, accidental run. You get a special KO on these guys, like, no matter what? I don't, seems like it. They did like a jump attack. Got a special KO on the drone. That was a little rough, but... Blade Bond, that's the projectile one. I don't really like it that much. Yeah, this is gonna be always kind of useful. There we go. Invulnerable, doing the grab. That seems really good too. I mean, it doesn't tell you how quickly it'll regenerate, but as long as it does regenerate, it means that you can just hang around. Although, usually I lose a character in a boss fight, where there isn't really much room to be standing around. Oh well. That seems like a dangerous move to use on perilous platforms. I guess I go right. I was able to double... Oh my god! Holy shit, the acrobatics on display here. Scary. And the physics, there's this weird like acceleration in the air too. Okay. I wasn't expecting to hit the vending machine, but bounce up. Is this an exit? No. Did I miss? No, okay. Just waiting for enemies, I see. Okay, cool. Got a hot time. I wasn't sure about that. Whoa! That was accidental dashing. What's up, Pacemaker? Spartan Axe emote. I like that. Oh. Alright, we get these guys now. We didn't see these guys before. We didn't see this version of the level. Alright, so her up special is more like directional than the others. 5 frames for it. Oh, okay. You're not invisible afterwards, which fair enough. Chopping move is so weird, hard to use. A lot of range on that. Oh shit! That's what I hate. Your guys stick around for so long that they just get fucking shot 50 times 5 seconds after tagging out. A burger for that, at least. Anything else in here? Like, each section of the stage having some sort of gimmick or something going on, I think it's not a bad idea. It gives some identity to each part of the level. Actually, I guess I'll keep Jeff. But they go on for a little too long. Like, we kind of... Like, we got 2 rooms of this, like, platforming is enough. We don't need 5 or 6. In my... Oh, I tried to pick up the cash. That was kind of useless. I didn't need to run. Alright, spawn all the way over there, but okay. I don't have special. The fact that he dashes forward so you, like, miss dudes that are too close to you. They're in range of your normal attack, but that stab, like, dashes past them. Get a little annoying. Another elevator? Alright, that's pretty cool. Heading into the boss, I guess. Let's switch to Jeff. We have some more. Oh my... Okay. First we have to fight these guys. His regular jumping attack is kind of shit against these guys, though. His double jump one isn't too bad. Nice. Burger. Assuming we get to be in this area for the boss fight, that's going to be quite helpful. Ouch. Well, let's to recover most of that. See ya. Turkey for good measure. It's actually very good use of that special. Not in terms of optimizing for food, but allowed me to not take damage. I'm assuming the boss fight is just gonna, yeah, happen here and we get to keep that food. Being able to bring, like, a couple of turkeys and burgers into the boss fight is pretty good. This is a cool boss arena. But again, like, we don't need to have this, like, entire skyline preventing us from seeing half the fight. Oh yeah, these guys are the buff boss dudes. I didn't kind of realize. Oh, I didn't. Oh, holy shit! The range was even further than I thought. Well, that's one way to get these guys. There. Oh boy. Shit. Regroup. Find some food.
Lucky me. It's mine.
We're being like super slow. Super concerned with getting like the bonus for getting the special kill, but I don't have special. Didn't reach. She's alive, just fucking barely.
It's mine.
Like, I'm hitting him with an attack and he, like... recovers and, like, fires back. It's a little annoying. Okay, that's one of the guys taken care of, at least. Okay. I meant to pick up the turkey, but there was a burger behind the turkey.
It's mine.
Think I might get it? No. Quite. Satisfying. I just want to get this turkey. There we go. That's funny. I got like a multi-kill there at the end, but it didn't spawn more food after beating the boss. More like a cooking game. Yeah, that's the meme, right? Yeah, the thing is, like, they're not even carrying a turkey. It's just like the collective just willing a big turkey into existence when we super KO multiple guys at a time. But hey, it works. Jump attack mastery. I feel like we got a getting stuff. He's like decent at like surviving on his own, I guess, and or at low health. Maybe that's what we should generally increase damage. Yeah, I guess this is just always, we're paying 250 more to have this always be in effect, not just when at low health. But why not? This is the end of the level, so healing is free anyway. Okay, no special here, so what do we pick here? Combo efficiency seems like a good thing to have. Shield property was pretty good. Let's just increase the power of the regular attack. I wasn't planning or expecting to do another full run, but here we are, 3 levels down. Helmet's fun enough. Okay, whoever that is first is someone we haven't faced. He actually, it's funny enough, he looks like, what's his name? Johan? Who was the final boss in Rage of the Dragons? Wonder if that's intentional. Kind of funny if that's the case. That game, of course, was sort of conceived as a Double Dragon game, but it isn't legally a Double Dragon game.
Let's do this.
But it has like a Billy and a Jimmy. Linda's not a playable character in it, weirdly and unfortunately, but she does show up in the story. There's a Bubo. And whatever else.
It's mine.
About time.
Want some extra cash? We'll save one, I guess. Yeah, see, that like lasts forever. Under the right circumstances there, you can like really set up these like big crowd combos, but it's not necessarily super easy. Yeah, you kind of gotta land all those hits for it to really pay off. I failed the special once because I didn't have the meter, so I took a step forward, and that made like everything else miss.
Useful enough.
Okay. I like this song. Like the original version is really good. In general, like the music remixes in this is a nice aspect of this game for sure.
Seems useful enough. Seems useful enough.
I assume I will not be backtracking to this platform, so we'll grab all that. Yeah, see, even the single dude can like flank you, but it's kind of cool though. I like the idea of having special moves that are exceedingly strong in one area, but not always the optimal option. If you're going to have 3 special moves, you might as well
Seems useful enough.
make sure that they're not the same, but better or worse. Have their own strengths and weaknesses.
Seems useful enough.
That's just stupid. Trying to position myself, but again, when there's just 2 of them, I guess it doesn't... There's not that much benefit to killing 2 enemies. 1 special. Pretty satisfying. Like the big coinage. It's like arguably even more satisfying. Yeah, so the neutral one is like fastest, but it's still not that fast.
Seems useful enough.
Overall, though, I think she's probably my favorite character so far, the ones I've played.
Time for fun.
Nice bit of help.
It's mine.
Quite a boss in this area. Well, yeah, it's really hard to set up special KOs or like crowd control this projectile special. I will say though, actually, we might as well. The damage numbers, like, mean nothing. They're just visual noise. I never pay any attention to them. I think they are justified in the sense that damage and HP has, at least in some places, numerical representation. So it's not like a completely pointless thing. But I don't really care to have it on screen. Interesting, you can actually disable the boss HP bar, which it does clutter up the screen, but it is important information. I just kind of wish I could set it at the top instead of the bottom. I wonder if you could turn this off but have the HP number on. I'm curious to see what this looks like. How much you get for a hot dog anyway?
It's mine.
Drop time. Seems useful enough.
Like the fact that different characters and their different moves. Like the positioning and spacing to set up your crowd controls being a little different is kind of an interesting idea. Differentiates the character somewhat. Yeah, there's a lot of this game that has this very kind of slow and chunky feel to it.
Seems useful enough.
It can feel good, but can also just feel kind of sluggish. Lock and loaded. Jim Mackey, that's right. I have no idea, like, who this is. Okay, so there's a little bit less visual noise here, I guess. Like a mid-boss, so he can get juggled more, I guess.
Seems useful enough.
See where the grenades are, but neither can he, I guess, because he got hit by it. Okay. I didn't notice the KO because I wasn't...
Seems useful enough.
I didn't see the life bar. Literally, as I did the final attack, I looked down. It's like, oh, it says he's got like 7 health left or whatever. Sniping strike. This is the one special I do like to use with him, so that's probably not a bad upgrade. Yeah, get that one. Action efficiency, the twirl, I do use that quite a bit. Maximum health is always useful. Taking less damage when at full SP. I'm curious to see how her move actually changes. Because the description is so general that it's very ambiguous. Doesn't really tell you. Which, I mean, makes sense, of course, if it's a general description for every character. Their actions are all different. Just leaned right into that hitbox, giving me a hot dog. Appreciate that. Very kind. Annoying guys. Trying to set this up and then just like dodge away from it, of course.
Drop shot.
She doesn't like move forward. Hard to know if the range is different, I guess. The whole recovery thing where you recover in midair can like do a dive attack from it. A little peculiar because it's hard to know. It seems like you can definitely get punished. Like if you recover, you're in this kind of floaty state from which you can do the, it's like a double jump. So you can do the dive attack. But if you hit that dive attack, you still bounce off. So you're still like kind of in a pretty vulnerable state. So I haven't gotten like a super clear grasp of what the kind of risk reward situation is like with that. That was not the special I intended to use, but I guess. Recovery is huge on everything. Walk off screen. Try to punish them with the lingering hitbox. Alright, you can recover this. It's fine. Bringing the Bepis machine. Kind of peculiar how, like, generally in beat 'em ups, right? Like, the enemies will try to position themselves in an advantageous way. Oh, that wasn't close enough. And a lot of the time that means like flanking you or just like attacking you from different ranges at the same time. Like setting up a long range attack while you're keeping busy with someone up close. But here, it like mostly means just spreading themselves out so that you can't pile them up. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah, that move has actually better range than I thought. Bang. Of course, you can't attack because I just did a special. I really just wanted this hot dog, but... See, like, I...
It's mine.
wanting to hit them in a group, but they, like... Of course, like, as you're hitting them, piling them up is, like, to your advantage, so...
Useful enough.
It makes logical, strategic sense that they would want to try to avoid that, but the way it happens, the circumstances for it is kind of... feels weird. It feels weird in general, I think, when enemies feel like they're not being aggressive, but they're just kind of losing interest and just wandering off. Okay, I'm pretty lucky there. That guy was out of range and he did his like armored belly flop. But I hit him like 6 times while he was coming in, so I still knocked him out of it.
Seems useful enough. Seems useful enough.
Doors bit, I guess. Levels definitely get pretty long. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting to try to speculate how this game might feel if you made some slight tweaks to pacing on certain aspects. I only killed one guy somehow. Ash. The way your dudes like get fucking massacred after you try and fail to tag them out is like, it's annoying because it's hard to see when it's happening. Like logically, you're tagging in your character, you're gonna be paying a little less attention to the character who just left. So I always kind of notice after the fact they're like being juggled or their life bar drained, or in more than one occasion, I just look up at the HUD and I see that my other character is dead. It's like, huh. They didn't die when I was in control of them.
About time.
See, that was like even half wasteful because I lost his recoverable health for tagging him in. It's weird because you don't always seem to do that. I wonder if you keep it if you do some kind of special cancel tag. I don't know. Yeah, like, I like, obviously, the screen being less covered with junk. A lot harder to... Maybe I should do the opposite of, not having the numbers on screen.
Seems useful enough.
Bad idea. Trying to kill enough people. Was I the last guy? Okay, somehow. Alright, that's pretty cool, somehow. Accidentally. Yeah, that was like 2/3. Like, once you get to the 3rd and 4th level, they get really quite long. Blade volley. There's damage on this one again. And fuck it. Actually, what are we? Should be good on health, right? Yeah. She's actually not great on health, but I have some faith that we can that we can improve that. This is just temporary anyway. Whereas these upgrades are going to stick with us. Knock attacks, like, there's some terminology that's a little unclear. Although I'm sure there's a bunch of tips and stuff that you can read up on. Probably will clarify some things. Did I get health back? Not all of it, obviously, but I think the numbers don't seem to match what I recall seeing on the status screen in the shop, but... Quite a bit of health, so we'll be fine, I guess. Flying enemies. Oh, it's a bit obnoxious, aren't they? Dash, but... Bit messy, but...
Seems useful enough.
Time for fun.
That, and we're on better footing now. like upset anytime I use the dashing chop thing, because it's just such a weird, kind of annoying move. Of course, if I can knock everyone away so I don't hit with the special. So, yeah, fuck, it's really difficult just to set up crowd control with this guy. I'm not seeing a lot of strengths to picking Jeff. Pause.
Seems useful enough.
That. Burger. Sure, we can eventually go back for more of that food over there, but I can't be bothered because we got kind of all we need right now. I have to wait before I can tag in this guy to grab his burger. Looks like they waited. With the expert timing. Oh, that guy to jump over the... Well, okay. We just got a warning sign and then it just disappeared. Or we could run back to this hot dog, I guess. So weird. Okay, do we drop down here, I guess? Camera being a little funky. You have these little areas to sort of explore. Well, okay, I guess there's $100 here. In general, there aren't really a lot of sort of items or things you could hide there. There's not like extends or... Technically there are healing items, but... don't really play the same role, or they don't function the same way as a reward you would expect. Okay, robot claws. Gotta fight them one at a time. So hard to hit anything. Oh my god, the dash, like the set length dash. Guaranteeing that you won't hit anything. I feel like Jeff's special meter is like best used for tagging in Linda. Poor guys, but try to set him up. Have her heal a little bit. Like trying to find a use for this move. Got the announcement. I don't know where the food dropped. Behind some foreground item or up there maybe. Okay, I see something here. Is this food? Okay, yeah, I guess so. Weird. Every platform being like just too high for you to jump normally. And then you do the double jump and you sort of just like slip over the corner of it. It's very strange. Pretty good though. Again, like as far as the whole pacing thing, like having to wait for enemies to sort of wander onto the screen, like you sort of finish one wave and you're just waiting for the next one. That's also something that's like feels a bit strange, like not the way it's supposed to be. It's one of those like kind of intangibles that is hard to quantify in exact terms, but it's just that feeling of downtime.
Seems useful.
Kind of doesn't typically ever exist. Okay, I guess I drop down here.
Seems useful enough.
In more intense arcade games. It might not be the case that there's literally no downtime ever, but again, the proportion of sort of downtime to active time in terms of your sort of, not necessarily when people are performing things on a screen, but like when you're mentally engaged. All right, Duke. Buff robot dogs? See how annoying this is going to be.
Up here.
Okay, it did connect. I thought it didn't for a second.
Up here.
Seems useful enough.
Hang out. What I was actually looking for.
Up here.
Funny stock sound. Great, but picking up weapons, huh? I guess we'd kill the robot dogs. I didn't even notice. Fucking dying.
Seems useful enough.
I tried to use my vertical special that's gonna give me iframes, and then it didn't come out.
Up here.
Okay, that was pretty lucky. Oh, I was relying on that giving me 3 kills. Oh my god, and he fucking kills both characters instantly. Fuck it, I guess we'll revive. Let's swap. That's pretty funny, the head bounces. Let's try a Bobo, I guess.
Suppose.
I kind of intended to not use the continue and just end the run if I died. Now I kind of want to see this through.
Up here.
Seems useful enough.
You can't press the B button while... Well, no, that's not true. It should be the... Just...
This will do.
Seems useful enough.
Controls a little confusing sometimes. Or just like which actions to kind of end up happening.
Seems useful enough.
Action happening at the edge of the screen that's kind of weird. I was armored, but not infinitely so. Yeah, look at how much health I lost already. Yeah. Oh my god! The way his special move kills your opponent, or kills your character, and you instantly, like the other character instantly drops in the line of fire and instantly gets killed also. That's unbelievably fucked up. So I lost like an extra credit there basically because of that. So annoying. Like this game is fun until it pulls some like extremely weird, annoying nonsense.
Let's do this.
Ugh. Like right at the end too. And again, like once you like you lose a life, and it's not really like a Gradius thing where you lose the momentum of having power-ups or anything. But it's just the situations where you're at risk of dying, you're legitimately at that risk, and then when you're not, you're not. But specifically, the fact that both times I died, he literally killed both of my characters with the same attack. Like, that seems like a weird oversight. Like, because it effectively means that his special move does, like, double damage. It does its full amount of damage twice, once to each of your characters. And he would never do that unless, like, you set yourself up in a weird way. Weird. Force attack, I guess. Interesting. It does seem to me that we, like, once we got the invincible upgrade for her grab special, we have not received any more special upgrades. So I wonder if that's a hard limit. Like, it won't give you those upgrades. Like, you're not allowed to level up more than one special to its max. Or it could just be bad luck. It's interesting. I thought this was really useful, like, when I first picked it. But you actually, if you don't chain together specials, which I rarely if ever do, you tend to come out of a crowd control, like, reasonably close to full meter anyway. I mean, reasonably close is far enough away from always that it can make a decisive difference, of course, but... healing is good. But again, like, yeah, this would be difficult to trigger during boss fights, for example, where it's like the boss fights are the real sort of choke point. All right, well, we could end the game here, I guess. So at least to get to this ending without using a continue, we've basically made it all the way to the final boss. I'm tempted to, like, because I accidentally skipped an ending screen of some kind last time, I'm tempted to do this part again, but it is... We're guaranteed to get a different ending if we do this, and I think... I wasn't expecting to do another full run anyway. I've been streaming for 6 hours, so I think we'll, I think we'll wrap things up. We're playing Linda and a Bobo anyway, right? This is not out of character. I knew you'd see things my way. Together, we'll squash every degenerate in the city. Peace Enforcer, achieve ending B. With our heroes' help, the mayor and his troops took over New York City. Harsh laws were passed down and enforced. Laws were severe. Citizens and gang members rioted on the streets in protest, but they were quickly stopped by our heroes. People got used to the new laws, the crime rate dropped, and the city recovered over time. However, this brave new world pushed rebels underground where they trained and planned to take back the city. That happens, we hope our heroes will be ready to defend the city again. It's funny, they're not really framing it as a bad ending when it's, like, very obviously is not the good ending. Yeah, now we get ending A bonus. Okay, so it's just like the game... When we got the good ending, it said ending B bonus 20,000. So they just mislabeled them on the screen for some reason. Upcoding. We got more tokens, which I guess makes sense, because we played with different rules that gave us a better exchange rate. But honestly, it's not... I didn't feel like I noticed that much of a difference. Like, press A to slow down or A to speed up. But yeah, if I pick, like, two characters I can do well with. Jeff, I mean, yeah, he didn't really pull his weight. We didn't get to see much of a Bobo. But Linda was a lot of fun. I'm very happy about that. I always thought she had a very cool design in this game. And I'm happy that she's, like, both fun to use and, like, feels pretty effective. Kind of like the line they walk with that ending. I mean, I think it's fine. I don't mind it. I think it's... The way it's presented in the game, it's, like, very obvious that that choice leads to some place, right? It is a little weird because in in Streets of Red, the previous game from this developer, there's a similar conceit, but instead of the fact that you like get money is strange, because in that game it's the opposite. Like, you have to pay a fee for, I forget what the story, justification is, but basically you need to have a certain amount of money left by the time you get to the end of the game to pay like a fee to access the true last boss to get the like a good proper ending. So in order to do that, you could finish runs but spend all of your money on upgrades and revives and not have enough money saved up for the end of the game. I think in some ways this game was designed to be more like friendly and palatable to a wider audience probably than that one was. So that's probably why they made that change. And of course narratively it doesn't necessarily make sense that we have to pay the mayor to get the bad ending or the gooder ending, but I think it like mechanically it feels a little hollow to like it feels like a step down because it's just a choice. Like you don't have to do anything to earn. Basically, you could just choose: do you want to get the good ending or not? I guess technically you could pick the good ending route and then run out of money and not have continues and game over. But that I don't know. If we think of this in like rogue terms, the fact that you can revive, like it's very generous in that way, right? Like it's not a very strict. It feels like it's not really expecting you to fail a run and start over. Really, it's giving you a lot of leeway, at least. And having to like sacrifice something or make the choice to take on an additional challenge at the end, I think is an awesome conceit if it carries any weight, but it doesn't really here. Like in arcade games, the whole true last boss thing is usually reserved for people. For example, like you get to the end on one credit, and that way you get to see the final level or the final boss or whatever. And if you continue your way through there, you don't get to see it. So in order to be able to see that, you have to be a caliber of player who would get to that point on one credit. So there's like a natural progression to the mastery leading up to the reveal of whatever that would be. And it doesn't really have that. It doesn't function that way when it's structured like this. And I think in situations like that, like if the true ending is like really difficult to achieve, it's gonna feel pretty bad if the one ending you can get is like very, plainly a bad ending. In this case, I feel like teasing you with like, oh, there's something you should have done here, this should have been differently. It wouldn't, to me, I feel like it wouldn't be that big a deal. Like, it wouldn't bring with it that degree of frustration of like, man, I wish I could see what that real ending is, but there's no way I can achieve it. Like, and I can understand why you wouldn't want players to have that feeling. But that said, the ending doesn't bother me. I would have expected it to be a little more unambiguously bad. But it's fine. I mean, you're left to infer by yourself what it means. I don't mind it. I was just a little surprised. Tonally, it wasn't quite what I expected. WUicon S. Yeah, we're gonna spend some tokens before we wrap things up. Yeah, I took it the same way as Althar. Like, it's more that I was surprised than I was let down in any way. It's just, yeah, like I said, it was kind of funny. So you earn tokens by doing runs, and you can unlock characters and stuff, and some artwork and music. We didn't actually, yeah, we did. Oh yeah, the level art that we unlocked is just like a screenshot of the thing. So the characters. I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess there's multiple pages. How do I? Okay, there's 2 pages. Jim. Okay. Jackson. Oh, I guess that's the... I guess that's like the... Wait, now I'm trying to think. I was going to say there's an enemy type in Return of Double Dragon, but I think the character I'm thinking of is just Duke. Who kind of looks that way. I don't know. Weird crunchy, non-anti-alias pixels, but... whatever. I like this art a lot. It's by... what's his name? David Liu, I think is his name. He's like the one guy who does artwork for like. It used to be that Genzo Man did the key art and character artwork for like every slightly higher budget indie game, and now it's like this guy, which is cool. I love his art. He did artwork for like Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Like you've seen his art in other games, like it's all over the place. But he does a bunch of stuff for like comics and whatever too. He's like I really like his art. Hello, Ocarina Sunday. Greetings. Monday. So I'm curious because not all of these characters were in the game at launch. Like Abure was added later. Unless, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that these characters were added wholesale. I don't think that they were boss characters who were later made playable. I think they were just flat out added. But I guess they could have added this gallery because like Abure was a later character, but the other characters were in the game from the beginning. So the way they're like paired together has me slightly confused. Trailer pixel art. Huh, yeah, this is like not in the game. But like the character design doesn't match the way he actually looks in the game at all either. Character test extra. Kind of interesting. Yeah, you can see I guess that's whatever his name is. That's clearly the character, like the sprite inspired by Return of Double Dragon. Different versions of Ranzo. It's kind of funny to have these like more modern looking interpretations with the hood and the gas mask looking thing and like straps and armor. Like that's kind of what he looks like in Double Dragon Revive, where everyone's got these like tech fashion plastic strap sort of fashion designs. Some extremely different looks for Inseme. This stuff is awesome. This is like the coolest shit. Alright, this is less exciting. I mean, it's cool to see, but this is all the stuff that's actually in the game. So I guess these are like the... Yeah, this not all of this made it to... Like, all the guys in the far right are kind of... stuff that didn't quite make it. At least not in that form. But this... to me, looks like it's kind of the neutral versions of every character before they added like the gang flavor to each of them. Yeah, David Liu. Huh, this is really interesting. I have to admit, I'm a little curious about what the background is for the version of Uncle Matten where he is a frog. I guess he's like a pro wrestler. Interestingly enough, I think for just about all of these, the version like the final version is, I think, my favorite for pretty much all of these. Like, it's interesting with Marion, like all of those test versions have a different hairstyle. But I like the one in the final sprite better. I guess just their face looks better. I'm guessing, like, the bottom character, I guess it's supposed to be some kind of... Or maybe that's in the game, I don't know, with all the unlockables. But it's like the fusion of Billy and Jimmy. It's got, like, red and blue and both hairstyles, sort of. Kind of funky. Okay, so these are considered mini bosses, I guess. And there's like the sumo version of Burnov. I'm glad they went with something a little more traditional. Yeah, we still never saw Shintame. Interesting that like sort of rockstar looking version. That's a cool look. The gauntlets and the like skinny jeans or whatever. But it's pretty similar to Linda's final design. So same thing. I guess I don't know exactly, but I reckon the one on the left is like the final design. And looking a little more traditional was fine. Beamy characters a few... I see. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, I guess there's like the one variation of Linda there where she's got like the full spiky gauntlets. A little noisy. I think the final version turned out better. Crazy. Although I guess I don't know. I was gonna say that's a crazy version of Willy where he's got like the sunglasses and beret. But I still haven't seen. Well, yeah, we did Duke as level 4, and he didn't actually change. But if you do Okada as 4th, she has like the samurai armor, and there's supposed to be some kind of upgraded version of Anubis, who I would assume is if you do him last. I don't know. I'm a little unclear. Yeah, it's interesting to have the Chinese inspired version of Duke, which I guess is a nod to the Neo Geo game. That's a pretty neat design, but I'm happy with the one they went with. Same thing here, though, like the final version, the face and hair being a little more refined, be more expressive. I definitely like it. I'm not a huge fan, actually, of the final boss. I mean, it's fine, I like it, but in terms of like how the design's interpreted, I can see why they did it this way, as it being like a more physically imposing character. But to me, I think in the original Double Dragon 2, he has this kind of agility, right? He does these like flips and stuff. Like there's a certain elegance to his movement and his fighting style, which feels more in line with someone who isn't built like a tank. I mean, there's tankier guys than him here too, but I think if I were to, like, if you look at Duke, I think that strikes a bit more of that kind of balance, which, you know, fair enough. I can see why they didn't want those two characters to look the same either. It's an interesting, like, design exercise. Try to come up with, like, versions of characters that have, like, the representing that character in its best possible way, while at the same time fitting into a group, like an ensemble cast where each character, you want them to have like their own identity. Like, this is the most interesting part. Unused. So that's interesting. On the top right, like, they're presented here as an unused character, but they were also part, I guess, of the sort of ideation process for Inseme. We got Father Axekeeper's favorite character on the far right, fucking Kabuki Demon Rocker, which is a pretty sick character. I would have liked seeing them. Okay, we have the, like, hard gay Freddie Mercury. Different variations from that concept in the top left. It's kind of interesting. I think the Kung Fu guys or whatever in the bottom left are like the most generic. Like, the pixel art's all great. These characters are super charismatic and cool. I do kind of wish, like, I guess some of these, and that's the thing really with the enemies being like themed. Like, you have these enemy classes, and you have like the 3 or 4 different classes that are like skinned to each of the gangs. Like this, right? Because they have to fit a template, because they have to be like recognizable as that kind of enemy, there's a hard limit on how much unique personality they can give each of these characters. So you have like the weird werewolf, you know, agility type enemy that has to have the same silhouette and has to have the same posture and has to have the same movements in all 4 of these gangs, which means that you can't paint outside the lines of that template to make something fully distinct. Like, the enemy types are distinct from one another enough to, you know, you're not really going to confuse them necessarily. But if you look at any one of these gangs, yeah, they're coherent, but it makes it less of a visually exciting collage of characters. And at the same time, there's nothing to distinguish really the 2 like dual machine gun guys from each other, or the 4 fat guys or whatever. Whereas when you look at this, like, these would have to have been mini boss characters, right? Because like they don't fit into that template. But seeing them devoid of context, we don't have anything in the game itself to compare it to and think of like, oh, this guy would have been here. Like, it's making me picture these guys as enemies and seeing like a gang, not necessarily with this exact group, but I'm thinking like, man, how much more fun and exciting would this game have been if we could see this kind of group of characters on screen at once, and if every enemy type, like instead of having like these, I guess it's like 8 enemy types or something like that. Like, I mean, we could have had 8 enemy types, period. I don't need more variety necessarily, but putting all this effort into making, like, not having to be beholden to having these different versions. I don't know, maybe you could have, like, the top 2, like the low-level grunts. You could do the different reskin versions of those. Or, you know, half and half or something. Like, have more, like, the group in the middle. Replace those 4 with, like, 4 totally unique, distinct characters. And you would have ended up, like, with each of the character in the game could have been more memorable. Because none of these guys are really that memorable as a character. And the groups together, like, because you only fight one gang at a time, like, it's such a homogenous sort of blob of characters on screen. At the very least, I feel like we could have had a final level or something where the gangs come together and, like, you mix them up a little bit. Just visually, it's such a missed opportunity. Versions of the gang logos. I like the fact that they have logos. It's very funny. The triangle, the one at the bottom, just reminds me of fucking Capstone Interactive. Let's unlock some characters though. MG Willie, Duke, Anubis, Lady Okada. Or not once. Duke Chamber. So that, oh yeah, these are levels, I guess, right? I thought it was like a different version of Duke. Yeah, the DDP logo is pretty good. The Jimaki, I think. Oh, we can unlock Bimmy, why not? Yeah, I guess that's the idea. It's like a hybrid. Yeah, like, this game is occasionally supremely frustrating, but overall, a pretty fun time. And it does, like, I play a session, I finish it, I reflect on it a little bit, and I kind of want to just, like, boot it up again and keep playing. Which is, you know, not how I feel about every new beat 'em up, that's for sure. And yeah, this game, I have some critique of it. There are some things I don't love about it for sure. But I got it on sale. I mean, I bought it, I think, at full price when it first came out on Xbox, and then the input lag was terrible, and I played it once and never touched it again. But if you get it for like $5 on Steam or whatever, it's well worth the money, sure. At the very, very least, it's got a great soundtrack, very cool pixel art, and yeah, I enjoyed it. We're likely going to see more beat 'em ups in the future, in the not too distant future, hopefully. I do want to dig into more arcade games. I want to find a good candidate for an arcade game to actually practice and learn properly. Don't know which one that would be, but I will have to reflect on that. I guess Lady Death is supposed to come out at the end of this month, so I guess we might see that on stream too. But that'll be it for me today. I desperately need to go eat a rather late lunch. Currently 4:30. Christ. Well, let me see who we can raid as we wrap things up. Looks like Derek Moon streaming, playing Dynamite Hetty. Always a good time. So let's go check that out. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the subs, follows, raids, and all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys in the future. Peace.